Hello, hello. There we go. Now it works. Okay. They're just being dumb again. There we go. There we go. Bit low. Going low. Even if I have it like... Can you hear me now? Is this good? Or is it still a bit low? This is good. So I should be doing this as a just artist. Okay, let's see if we can get this to a good level. If I just speak normal, like the way I'm gonna speak for the rest of the stream, this is the volume. Ba-ba-da-ba. It's good. Good. Then I'll keep it here. So, I haven't planned a game. I don't know what I'm going to play tonight. The only thing that I do know is that Satisfactory, like Coffee Stain, released a new video that I kind of want to react to. This video. Do you want me to play Auto Sparks? Okay, let's double check that the sound from media isn't like stupid high or anything. I'm gonna start a little bit low here. I'm gonna start playing the video. Tell me how the... It's a good game, very cute. Yes, I love playing it. If I just play this a little bit, how's the sound?
The show is brought to you by the best player in the world of Marvel Rivals.
How's the sound? I mean, obviously a lie, but... Low. How about now?
Of the Silver League.
Up a bit more. There.
Hello team, my name is Mikael and I am the community manager for Satisfactory here at Coffee Stain Studios. Damn. In this video, I want to talk about where the studio is heading now in 2025. I want to talk about Satisfactory, of course, touch on that lightly, but I also want to address community management on our side, on all of our platforms, or well, mainly on Twitch and YouTube, moving on, seeing as...
So let's put it at 70. There.
Last week was the week where Snoot finally left the building.
And very Swedish, yes. But volume is good. Let's do a watch.
This video is brought to you by the best player in the world of Marvel Rivals.
Be honest, still haven't played Marvel Rivals. I'm saying that as someone who's played a lot of like Overwatch and Counter-Strike and like other hero shooters and arena shooters.
Of the Silver League. Hello team, my name is Mikael and I am the community manager for Satisfactory here at Coffee Stain Studios.
Lonely.
Damn. In this video, I want to talk about where the studio is heading now in 2025. I want to talk about Satisfactory, of course, touch on that lightly, but I also want to address community management on our side, on all of our platforms, or well, mainly on Twitch and YouTube, moving on, seeing as last week was the week where Snoot finally left the building. That's right.
Like, on the one hand, very happy that his career is moving on and is growing and everything, and on the other hand, we lost a hero. Same as when we lost Jace. Finally.
The guy is
yes.
out there right now doing his own thing. We all cheer you on, man. Thank you so much again for all of your hard work. It's been a blast working with you. And if you, the viewers, would like to follow him on his new journey, make sure to follow him on all of his socials. I'll link, hopefully all of them, somewhere in the description / maybe the cards up.
He's out there roaming free.
Somewhere around here. You'll find
Go
him.
down into the, like,
Which
check the
leads
video
us nicely
and everything.
Into the, I guess, CM stuff segment of this video, where again I want to talk mainly about YouTube and Twitch. So let's hit YouTube first, because yes, we are absolutely going to keep on making YouTube videos. They are not going anywhere. You will be seeing a whole lot more of me on the channel. Woo! And the focus will of course still mainly be Satisfactory, especially doubly so when we are in the run-up to new content releasing or in high periods for, you know, just new updates about to land.
Something, and this is like not Satisfactory related, but you can tell that he's not super used to being on the scripted camera kind of thing. He's a little bit stiff compared to when you see him in like the live streams and stuff like that. It's very cute, yes. Although he's got a Swedish accent, but some words here and there are very British. Yes, that's a Swedish English education for you.
On top of that, I also want to bring in, or revive, I guess, rather, a nice chunk of behind-the-scenes, in-office types of content. Because I know Snoot and even Jace before used to do like dev interviews, hangouts, office tour of the old place, etc. You know, just fun stuff going on in the office, give you all insights into that. And I think there is value in bringing that back, and that's what I will aim to do. We have a lot of amazing different personalities working on Satisfactory, and I think it makes sense in the name of transparency, even with regards to being transparent about the game, to show you all a bit more, at least to the extent where, you know, our developers are comfortable and want to participate, to show you all a bit more of just what cooking on this game is really like.
You want the doggo plushie?
You know, just what makes us all as devs, as people, as nerds, just tick. So with regards to both the, you know, game update videos coming out, as well as this type of inside the office content, our ambition is to provide you with, oh, I'm gonna get lynched for this. But our ambition is to provide you with 2 videos per month, or 1 video every 2 weeks. Now, this sentence has a big asterisk attached to it, depending on, you know, just general workload, the state of dev, where the game is at, and also what type of content we're making. You know, if we're making a super just in-engine, game footage heavy trailer almost, or even just spot-on trailer, that type of content does take time to make. And so during those periods, you might see less output from us on YouTube. If that's the case, I will try to be as transparent about that as possible.
I think that, like, personally, I think that having the target is fine. I also think that being lenient as a community should be a little bit lenient towards them for like different workloads and stuff like that. But I can also see the statement like that make waves in a bad way. Because they said, oh, you said 2 videos a month, we didn't get videos. Oh, the Coffee Stain is going under, or Coffee Stain is lying, or yeah, stuff like that. Well, there's always someone who's gonna be like that.
To keep the cadence of new content on this channel open, again, with the baseline being, with our ambition of a baseline being 2 videos every month.
That's an ambition, not a promise.
Which brings us to our other major avenue of providing you all with content and just, you know, a window into our own cozy little space, which is Twitch. That rhymed. Okay, so will we keep streaming? Yes. Will we stream weekly? Yes. Will it be a dev stream? Yes. All right, I have some thoughts about how I would like to not necessarily alter the format of the dev stream. I like the dev stream a lot, but I do have some thoughts about how to approach the dev stream now that I am alone for a bit. I'm going solo for a bit. We are still recruiting a new CM actively, but until someone else lands and does this job with me full time, I would like to kind of rotate or shuffle between me going at the dev stream solo, where sometimes it just might be a full-on dev stream like the ones you're already used to, where we do, you know, a state of dev and then highlights and a Q&A. Or on other days, we could maybe take it and remove the state of dev part, you know, on these in these drought periods when we don't really have much to say and we just end up spewing out a bunch of who knows or we'll see. Like, anyway, maybe replace those parts and add like gameplay and add
they want a second one. They're looking for another
dialogue with other devs, interviews, which brings me to what I was mentioning just earlier about shuffling between me going solo and me having a streaming partner in terms of a guest from inside the office. So say we could borrow maybe Emmett, who is our game director, for a stream where his schedule allows. We could have a sit down and instead of going through the standard, you know, state of dev, highlights, Q&A, we could sit down with Emmett and for an hour just have the stream be about him, you know, Emmett talking about what being the game director on Satisfactory is like. If I kidnap a designer, we could sit down and talk about design, I guess. And if I yoink a programmer, we could get into the nitty-gritty technical details of the game.
Them.
A lot of behind the
Programmers
scenes, you know,
love being yoinked.
That kind of stuff.
Just walk up to them and just go.
One final thing about these guest streams is that I am very unsure on what the cadence of those would be, because that wholly depends on how busy the devs are. If we have a very intense period leading up to releasing new content for the game, I'm pretty sure you would all like the devs to just do their jobs full time. The devs are still hard at work at both bringing the game to consoles as well as releasing 1.1 as soon as possible. Now, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, we can't share much more in particular about 1.1 today than we have in the past, but I'll throw you a couple of bones in this video. So 1.1 will not fundamentally change how you play the game. You know, nothing in the at the scale of pipes or trains will come in to make you like rethink your entire way of just transporting materials. There will be no 10th tier.
They damn well better not. I just made the logistics videos.
There will be no 6th phase. What 1.1 aims to be is a nice slew of content that just adds to everything we felt we managed to complete in 1.0. Before I give you the second, bigger, juicier bone about 1.1, let's rewind a little spin and talk about consoles again. We want to share our thought process much more in depth about consoles and what it's actually like bringing the, you know, the game from PC to the consoles on TV. Because, I mean, it's not as simple, obviously at this point, as just, you know, ripping the game down and plonking it into a disc and shipping it there and calling it.
What? But I saw people saying that on the internet. And if they said it on the internet, they need to be true. Otherwise, people would be lying. They wouldn't do that, would it? Right? Next tier releases before I hit phase 5 confirmed. Yes. There will be no tier. Phase 6. Releases phase 6. Bitch.
The lead up to the console release will include talks about this. It will also include much more, you know, just detailed talks about, say, button mapping, how we thought about moving a very complex game like Satisfactory to a, in the grand scheme of things, very tiny controller. What challenges we faced playing the game on consoles, what challenges we faced just porting the game, like what mechanics were particularly tricky, what's the feel of the game like on console, you know, all this stuff. We want to talk about all these things on the channel as we approach the console release. That release, I will have to admit, we have said on record that, both on YouTube and on Twitch, that consoles should release very soon in this year, maybe even Q1 soon. That is looking like it's no longer the case, and that is simply because circumstances do change with game development, and we do want to say this right now as soon as possible, just again to be as open as possible about, you know, the fact that we may have goofed, we may have hyped up consoles to be coming a bit earlier than expected. They should still be landing this year, but it will not be Q1. It will not really be anytime super soon, but it should definitely still be sometime this year. But yeah.
In my opinion, playing Satisfactory on a console probably would be worse than playing FS games. I'm a born keyboard gamer, FPS game, yeah. I'm very rarely ever use a controller. And I think it's... I think that Satisfactory as a game probably lends itself well to console in terms of controls. My issue is how are they going to, because they are not officially supporting mods. So how are they going to let console players access mods? Is my question. I think that's the biggest one. Because mods is such an important aspect of what keeps games like Satisfactory alive and evolving and developing. So my question is, how is that gonna, or the lack of, how, like, will it be like Minecraft on console, just not catch on and become a thing? VR Minecraft, not gonna, like, it's not really becoming a thing. So my worry is that we get that effect.
The end of this long ramble is that it's very nice to finally be able to say that, you know, the vacations are over, the team is entirely back, we are seeing full development time all hours of every week, at least work hours, head into Satisfactory. The game is progressing forwards towards.
You were only half listening and heard like Minecraft on crack.
All of those with you in the future. Again,
when you
on
play
these
Minecraft,
channels,
you are on
which
crack.
will also be providing you with content, same old, moving forwards. Starting with a little, just a teensy tiny little sneak peek at what's actually coming in 1.1 right now. So viewers, thank you for joining us for this year, and let's have ourselves another great old journey.
What are we getting? Yeah, I think you're correct. That looks like a big old junction. Ooh, and you get material for it too. New early game meta. Dismantle these bitches. Good early game resources. Okay, so it looks like we are at the very least getting T-junctions, or like will we get a selection of junctions, or will it be like place a junction and then it's like a dynamic rendering depending on how many you connect in? That'd be cool. Those look like new bombs. Let's look at those. Those doesn't look like, those doesn't blow up like nuclear bombs. Those were not nuclear bombs. Someone said the icons on the compass have some new buildings. Seems like stronger nukes to me. I think it's like fusion bombs or something, or like ionized nukes or something. It's still the nuke icon in the bottom left. Yeah, that might literally just be them not having updated the icon. Hello, Sheldon. Let's go back and look at that again. Let's see. Where did we have the... So if you turn around... So far, I'm not seeing anything new. Yeah, nope. Offline player, and then we have the factory carts. Something not running, normal house, and then a radar tower. So nothing new on the compass. But the bombs... The bombs are new. Because they haven't had that like dome, blue flash dome. That thing is more like it's plutonium or something. That's what I'm seeing. So, sadly, no new building icons. Would be cool. I'm looking forward to 1.1 though. Like, so here's my question. We've played 1.1 for a while now. How hyped are people for 1.1? A scale of 1 to 10. Where 0 is like, this is Concord. And 10 is like, this is as good as when Satisfactory released. Like, what scale? This was a teaser for 1.1. This was a teaser for some of the content coming in 1.1. Where do you guys put it? You misspoke. Okay, sorry. So 1.1 is coming. We don't know when exactly. But how hyped are people for it? I give it a shrug out of 10. Just because you haven't played it. Yet, honey. Yet. To be honest, I think more people are focused on console. On the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, I don't get it. So many people have a PC that can run Satisfactory. They're just like, yeah, but I want it again. On my Xbox or my PlayStation. Why? .1 feels like a polish again, where they focus on stuff they wanted to do but never really had the time. Yeah, they've specifically said that 1.1 is a lot of the content they wanted to do for 1.0 but didn't have, literally what you said, the time to do. So yeah, you're completely correct. But more importantly, let's find something to play. I have a bunch of stuff. Okay, the position is 40 hours a week on site. That's because you do so much. Yeah, which makes sense with the content creation aspect. Yeah, exactly. I think it would be fun though, because a lot of it is literally just like creating cool shit to show the community. Dun, 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 dun. What do we have we can play that is funny? Yeah, I mean, in the grand scale, Satisfactory is already more niche than this type of game on console. We'll probably only bring a few new people in. I hope the console release will be worth it for the dev team. I think so. Like, I hope so too. I think it could be fun too, but it's also another move. Yes. Which would suck. Let's see, what do we play? Let's play Kingdoms and Castles. That's fun. I've only played a little. I played 4 minutes of this on the Steam. Ew, that's white. Holy crap. Sorry for the flashbang. I don't have puzzle games, sadly. I don't play a lot of puzzle games. I mean, I gave Empress Islands of Insight as a birthday present, but I don't have it myself. That would be cool though. Do you know any like free puzzle games? Free to play? If you got them, link them in stream stuff in Discord. Because then I'd install them. It's so good. Computer almost takes off every time though. Yeah. There's We Were Here. The first title is free. It's a multiplayer game though. Yeah, I would like a single player game. Let's choose my banner here. Oh, nat 20. Because it's the only time I would ever get one. Doo-doo-doo. Large. Islands. Some. Alright. We are here. Build my keep near fertile land, trees, and stone. So the greener it is, the more fertile. Let's pause while we're looking. The artifact was fun. It's only about an hour of playtime. The artifact. That's $7.99 for the artifact. Although the application calls for you to make a video pretending you introduce yourself to the community. Makes sense. Considering how... So, let's see. Keep. Michaelopoulos. If you have a resume, send that too in a few words about yourself. That feels like they're very much more concerned with who you are rather than what you can do at this point. Okay, let's see. No, well, I can't even look at the shop site for the artifact because of the new laws. RIP. Okay, that sucks. Let's build... Move too far away from my roads. Where are my roads? Give me a road. There's a road. Insufficient resources? How dare you? They want houses. Yeah, well, I can make you houses. I just need You guys need to go get trees first. Do your thing. Can you guys chop? Chop that, thank you. Hi, Sleepy. Hi, not to alarm you, but your Twitch might not be working too good. For me, you're not even broadcasting there right now. Of course I'm not. Yeah, it seems... no. It's streaming, but not streaming. Okay, so if I can just... Hata. And then we do this. So they're just gonna... live and not live at the same time. Yeah, so... I tried restarting it. We got it. Yeah, okay, go for the next question, Sleepy. If you have more questions. Must be adjacent to stone. Okay, there. I'm building a quarry there. Now we can build bridges. I'm hearing double now. The delay is also very close. Not as bad as last time. Nope. Last time it was locked to the normal stream time thingy. Now it's updated and works better. Whoop. So how are people doing? It's Friday evening. Why are you hanging out with me and not out partying? Wait, I get it. You're also nerds. Okay, I have to mute one stream. It's getting too funny to hear two streams at once. You don't have any more questions, Sleepy? Okay, okay. Okay, so we need to have more wood cut down. I'm apparently live now on Twitch. Yeah. Sleepy Bear says, Empress, how's doing house stuff? My main heater, HVAC, drew the card. Die. Ah. From the deck. So in the process of getting a new one. How about you guys? How's life? We just got 3 electrical heaters. Empress is sick. I've had a migraine all day. Which is why we're doing very chill, very cozy streaming. House maintenance rearing its head. Yeah, finally not 17 degrees in the bedroom during the night, yeah. Now I'm interested in your Steam library, Jack. What other games do you have that you haven't played, barely played? Oh, I have a lot. So I'm just gonna pause this so I don't die. So let's start here. These are the ones that I've placed in my favorite category. Da-da-da-da. Then I have the ones that I deem as like factory games. Because No Man's Sky, I don't do the exploration, I do the industrial complex. Let me just move you out of the way. You can be over here. What we're looking. Yeah, chat window's gone now. So 7 Days to Die, Baldur's Gate, Counter-Strike 2, Detroit Become Human, really good game. I would really want to play through that. I've only watched playthroughs, I haven't played it myself, I really want to do that. Divinity, Original Sin 2, of course. If you were any kind of tabletop role-playing game nerd, you play this game. Enshrouded. The First Descendant. I like the visual style and I like the feel of the game, like as a looter shooter. Very nice. Halo Infinite, cleared that entire campaign in 8 hours, 100%ed it, every collectible, everything cleared. Master Chief Collection, of course. Helldivers 2, love Helldivers 2, it was so fucking funny. Idle Slayer, Eidolon, couple of easy to play games that I have. Last Epoch, Path of Exile 2, the same game, different titles. Stellaris, I have barely played that, I've barely touched that, of course. Converting to Twitch now, screw YouTube. Yes. But yeah, barely played Stellaris, barely touched that game. Then played some Astro Colony. I liked it, I just felt like it was very much too early in the development. Like I played this February 2024. It had like a lot of content that needed to be added for me to find it fun. And I did a series on Crust, and I played up until the end of what we have. Going back to Timberborns, go right ahead. Like, I played up until the end of what we had for the campaign, for the story. in like when it released. Thought about getting Stellaris, but don't know anything about that game. I didn't seem for me, so I skipped it. Yeah, it's the game. It suffers from the same problems now that Europe Universalis has suffered for a couple of years, where there is so much content in the game that playing without all the DLC seems like a waste, but playing with all the DLC for a new player is so overwhelming that it makes no sense trying. So sadly, it's too old. It needs revamping and overhauls in terms of the engine, mechanics, and everything. They're doing another massive overhaul update, calling it Stellaris 4.0. But honestly, they need to do Stellaris 2 and reset it. Looking at the Crust shop page, it looks like Satisfactory, but on the moon. Yes, but it's also an isometric, like top-down, real-time strategy game. I think... What's a better comparison? I can't think of a good comparison right now. But we have Desynced, which is really, really cool, with like visual node scripting for bots. It's bots instead of conveyor belts. Stuff like that. Then, of course, Dyson Sphere Program. Yeah, but the design of belts, machines, and the damn power lines and even trucks looks like real close to Satisfactory. Yes, it does. And then Foundry, which I also made a video on. No Man's Sky, I've played a little bit. I probably have twice this. I played on PS4 with my cousin back when it came out. And then Oddsparks, of course, which we now played with Empress. We have the first video up. Whoop, whoop. Really recommend playing this if you just want, like, I still just want to play automation games, but I want like more of like a cozy, relaxed thing. Play this. It's so cute. It's so adorable. And the controls are really smooth. It's really comfortable to play. And then, of course, Satisfactory. I have played this a little. You might have heard of me playing this. I have 50 hours in No Man's Sky. I played it all within 3 days. I'll go back to that one a bit later too. No Man's Sky is one of those good game for Empress to go wild, definitely. Like, No Man's Sky is one of those games where when you get drawn into just play, and if you're not trying to... Yeah, what's that game? Never heard of it, yeah. When you get drawn into No Man's Sky and you really get going and playing, it starts playing it just for the sake of, let's see what happens. You can sink hundreds of hours into this. People who stop playing it are the people who are like trying to achieve. I have a couple of hours on Space Engineers. I have a few hours on Space Engineers. I may have played this game before. It's not like I administrated multiple servers and did like live like I played as a game master or a dungeon master for it. So I ran the server and set up events every week or every couple of weeks for everyone playing on the server, like PvP based events and stuff like that. Catching up to the content updates feels pretty weird to me. I don't know what I missed or even what there's about. Like, yeah, that's my points. Like, so don't try. And No Man's Sky is fine with that. It's kind of like, let's just go somewhere, see what happens, see what you find, and just dive down that rabbit hole until you find that rabbit hole has ended. And then you can do the same thing again, and again, and again, and again. And if you play No Man's Sky like that, you will love No Man's Sky. If you're trying to go like, okay, here's a checklist of all the achievements, of all the things, and the best ships, and I need to play the meta, and the da-da-da, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna play for 10 hours and never touch the game again. Guaranteed. Because it's not that kind of game. But yeah, I love this one too. Spent a few hours in this one. Have anyone here played Big Ambitions or seen it on YouTube or something? I know that Let's Game It Out has played it. I know Spiffing Brit has exploited it. I know a couple of other the big gaming, like variety gaming channels have also played on it, which is where I found it, but it's... You live streamed trying to take down my base in Space Engineers while I was away on birthday. I didn't know you were away on birthday. You had been like consistently online every single day. So I was just assuming that you were online. I mean, a couple of your teammates were online. And they managed to defend the base. So I did my best to do some damage. Didn't manage it. That one. Yeah, only saw it on Spiffing Brit. Yeah. It was fun. It was fun. My ship got ripped apart. I had holes straight through it, despite having shields and stuff. Because the railgun had, they had, what's it called? The railgun had penetration damage. So even if the physical damage was stopped, but the impact damage was stopped by the shield, the penetration damage just went straight through, just punched holes straight through the ship anyway. I tried City Skylines and other management games, but it's not really my type of game I discovered. I think it's like, here's the thing for me when I'm playing management games, because, and I agree with you. Like, you can look here, like, other games that I've played, like Colony Survival. I've played a few, like, almost 200 hours there. Played this for a few hours. Played some Ostriv. Ostriv is really fun. Settlement Survival, I've played for almost 200 hours. Some Surviving Mars. Universim, I've, of course, played a little bit on stream as well. The problem with all of them that Big Ambitions has solved is that they haven't made it so that the longer you play, the more micromanagement you need to do. Colony Survival succeeded with the same thing. So, something that strategy games, like 4X games, management games, top-down isometrics, stuff like that, what they fail at, why they always fail at the late mid game into the end game, like late game end game, is that the micromanagement ramps up to the point where it becomes like unfun to play, because you're no longer like trying to solve problems. You're just like clicking through a list of XYZ to do blah 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 blah. That's not fun. What Big Ambitions and Colony Survival has solved with that is they added automation. So you can automate things in Big Ambitions and Colony Survival in a way you can't in the others. And City Skylines 2 also has that. They've also added so that you can automate more. So for me, they have solved those problems. Lurk, dinner and TV time. Okay. See you, Sleepy. So yeah, that's been a big thing for management games that I agree with you on. They're not really my thing unless they add in some level of automation to counter late game micromanagement ramp up. Well, I played the demo of City Skylines 1 and after 30 minutes I just didn't want to play this. Yeah, because like the release of City Skylines 1 was worse than the release of City Skylines 2. Just people don't remember that. But yeah, then we have another 100 games to look at. So many games. Love this one. Do absolutely love this one. Not the release, it was just a demo weekend last year. Did the demo weekend include all of their DLC? Either way, Cities Skylines 1 did have that problem, where it was not funny at all, because you need to understand that Cities Skylines isn't a cute city builder. It's a power and road network logistics game. So if you're in the mood of building a city, those are not the games for you. You're going to manage traffic and power. That's it. Black Desert, I don't even remember. I think I played Bloxworld like, 22 minutes, and then I was like, no. Guilty pleasure game to play when I'm bored. Love that. I think this was probably some of the first games that I got on Steam, when I got my Steam account in the first place. Original City Skylines there. The only top-down playstyle game I have is Dwarf Romantic. I don't know what that is. I like first or third person, but not top-down. Yeah, I grew up with like Age of Empires 2, the Red Alert games, Command and Conquer, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, StarCraft, stuff like that. And then on top of that, I played a lot of Europe Universalis, Stellaris, Space Empires. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Real-time strategy. Some weird mix between MMO and arena fighter, army management stuff. Control. I gotta play this. I bought it, I haven't played it yet. Creativerse is a Minecraft clone. Crossout. Crusader Kings 3. Really funny game. Like, this is basically European history as a meme. Cyberpunk. I finished that game. I played through that entire game. One of the best games I've ever played in terms of RPGs and open world and stuff like that. Like, it's really one of the best ones. DC Universe Online. That's funny. MMO style, like you become a superhero. Dragon Age Inquisition, love that. Dragon's Dogma, love that. It says 2 hours here. I've actually finished the game. I played it on Xbox 360 though. All of the Elder Scrolls that I like. Played this a lot back when it came out. A lot of Elder Scrolls. Turn of Mine, another one of those guilty pleasure. Just spend a few hours doing mindless stuff. I have spent so much time in these two games. That doesn't, like, this one I played pirated. And then I got this one. Played a lot. I don't remember where. I think I pirated this first too, and then I bought it, and I've bought both of them. Yeah. Fahrenheit is made by the same people who made Detroit Become Human. Really good story game. Fallout 4. Flowscape is a map builder. Civilization type game. They're 4X games, but this is more map painter rather than the hex turn-based. So this is real-time strategy with pause, like you can pause and control speed up and down and stuff like that, but it's like alt history, like Europe during the 14, 15, 1600s, stuff like that. Yeah, the old Conqueror's Blade. Golf with Friends. Love this game. Love this game. Seen a lot of it streamed, and I want to play this on stream with all the supporters, like all of you guys. When we get enough people. You kind of want to play this with like 20 people. Flowscape feels like it would be crazy in VR mode. Probably. Like, it's a map builder. So... we've used it to build, what's it called? Tabletop role-playing game maps. So it's basically like, imagine like a map designer for like a game, but we're using it to create the environments in our role-playing games. Hearts of Iron 4, I spent, like, I didn't buy this and play this by myself. I bought it and would play it because I didn't even think I bought it. I think I got a key from someone at Paradox. I think it was either Debbie or Groogy who got it to me so I could join a multiplayer game from another streamer. Heroes of Might and Magic. Love these games. Hometopia, it's like a home fixing, home flipper, house flipper kind of game. Icarus. Love this game. Too addictive though. It's a hardcore survival game. Really hardcore. Like, I love survival games. I tend to be good at survival games. I know a lot about survival in real life. This game murders me consistently, and I love it. Because it's not just like, okay, I've overcome this challenge, now I'm good enough, blah blah blah. No, no, no. You're gonna get murked over and over again. Icewind Dale, old school, hardcore, really difficult, like Baldur's Gate style game. Imperator Rome. The failed title by, what's it called? Paradox. Insurgency. I don't remember this game. Jackbox Party Pack. Love Jackbox Party Pack. Jump Light Odyssey is one of those Escape the Storm kind of roguelites. Jurassic World Evolution. Got it on a free weekend, I think. Or like a free giveaway, whatever. Same thing with the Long Dark. I played a little bit of this. Didn't like how it paced. Played this. It was fun. My computer didn't really handle it well. I might have spent some time in this one. I might have spent some time in Baldur's or Bannerlord. And you can't tell from this. But you can probably add at least a 2 or a 3 in front of that. Like, I probably played like a few thousand hours of this. Neverwinter. I don't remember why I have that. Outriders. I think I played it. I played the demo and I was like, so I rolled like a key in a giveaway from the developers. Played Paladins a little bit around when it came out. I was playing a lot of Overwatch at that point. Free game that was fun to play. Played a lot of PlanetSide. In short, intense bursts. Empress has about 10 times this playtime. PlanetSide 2. Ready or Not. How do I describe this? Hyper realistic, like SWAT type arena shooter, like co-op shooter. Ring of Elysium was a what's it called? It was a battle royale we played a little bit with some friends. Rise of Storm 2 Vietnam, same thing. Risk, we played a little bit co-op. It was too easy, too simple of a version of it. Risk of Rain, we played with a friend a little bit. It was very much their favorite game, so we joined for a little bit. Robocraft, I did like the arena style, like build your own thing and then try to see how well it works. This one we played on stream. Silica. This one is fun because you can basically make it so that one person plays a top-down real-time strategy. Everyone else are playing first-person shooters like PvE or PvP. But you can have, like, for each team you can have a top-down person who controls that like it's an RTS and build your bases like it's StarCraft or something, and then you can have the rest of the players being spread out among the other teams or all the teams, and they can like play first-person shooter style game at the same time. Really cool. I got this in the bundle with Sherlock Holmes: The Awakened. Gonna play this at some point. More Cthulhu. Sins of the Solar Empire. I don't remember this game. Skyforge, some MMO I played. Space Empires 4 Deluxe, the old school classic. Really old school classic, like Stellaris and all other like space-based, like round-based games. They come from this. They come from Space Empires of some kind. Spaceborne 2, single developer, basically middle finger to Star Citizen. That is continuously developing. I've played it today, and it's getting better. Getting smoother, getting better. Squad, more round-based, built up like Arma, PvP kind of stuff. Of course, the old classics. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and both 1 and 2. Starfield, played this for a little bit. Didn't get caught. Star's End, really like this game, but it's one of those games you should play with a lot of people. It should be like a dedicated server. It's built to be that way. Never tried this one. Thrive, I tried. It's really freaking difficult. Super realistic. What's it called? Spore style game. Thronefall we played on stream. Castle, like tower defense, castle round based map kind of thing. Titanfall 2. I mean, who hasn't played Titanfall 2? And if you haven't, go play it. Play the campaign. It's freaking kicks ass. To the core, funny, like mining game kind of thing. Like 7.7 hours was in one go, and that was me finishing the game. Total War Shogun. One of them knows the Total War series, but here we got the totally accurate battle simulator. This one is really funny. Wonky battle simulator. Very wonky. I haven't played this one. I don't know where it came from. Same. Valheim. Spent a lot of time in that. That was fun. Some of the mechanics, the pacing, felt a bit off to me. And I don't like that the developers don't want you to mod the game. Victoria 3, another Paradox title. In the same style as the other ones, like Europe Universalis and those games, but more towards trade and economy simulator rather than fighting in empires and stuff like that. War Thunder, everyone knows War Thunder in the leaks there. Warframe, I spent a lot of hours in playing. And then, of course, Warhammer 40,000, Dawn of War. And then we have the God Simulator, so I can feel powerful a little bit. And then Wildlands, I literally played a little bit more than an hour. I didn't like that. All the good stuff with this game was behind a paywall. So yeah, these are the games of my Steam library. If that makes sense. Is there something that pops out at you? I have seen a totally unfamiliar world. You don't recognize any of these games. It's the Gandalf meme. I have no memory of this place. I like how agriculture is like, we need farms. We need roads and houses. Good day! That's it. That's the whole thing. Cutting down more wood. How's it looking? Do we have food? I feel like I want more food, but I also need more houses. Go deforest the island so we can make more houses. Four new residents. Cool. So we have 13 people. Well, of course, I've heard of the bigger ones and know what kind of games they are, but not more. And a lot of that I've never heard. No, but you said that you're a lot more into like indie games, so that makes sense. Oh, we have another winter. It's cold as balls. So, have you played Ostriv? Have you heard of this one? You're looking at my Steam library in summary. Play a lot of Lego games. The biggest game is Hogwarts Legacy, No Man's Sky, Satisfactory. Then I have a few store games, and the rest are either small indie games. Yeah, with story. Ostriv. This one. I would like to show you that one. It's really nice. I'm gonna save. Quit. Quit. This is brilliant. Like, think Manor Lords before Manor Lords was even an idea. Someone started making something good. And this is it started as I think, a single developer team. I think they're like 5 or 6 people in Ukraine developing this game, and they've been developing it throughout the war with Russia there. So they have really done well here. So I can just go here. This is what it looks like on a base level. You just have your map. I should switch where I'm at. There. So I have my little mini map there. This is supposed to be a realistically simulated like version of Ukraine. The Ukrainian region is 1721 and forwards, where you build a little bit of a colony and trade with the region and stuff like that. So it's really fun. I love this game. So what you do is you start out, you put out your like what's it called? Starting position, just a little bit of a camp. Boom. So these are all of our people. And we basically have to settle this map. With like real trade route thinking. I have to think about like houses, I have to think about food production, I have to think about the economy, I have to think about like a lot of stuff. But it doesn't feel like I'm playing a management game. More so I feel like I'm playing a survival game almost. So I really like that. And like they say, the first thing we need is a forestry. So let's start with that. So now they will start building that forestry. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. And then what we will need is clay to build houses. And we will need houses. So here's where I want, I'm normally don't play this smart, but I can modify each of these plots so that I can make them look like more what I want them to. And by doing something like this, let's see, too long. There. Boom. And then I press enter, and then I can copy this and make more of them. And let's try to avoid more trees. By the way, on a side note, Infinite Nudge was updated and now includes my improved German localization. I'm quite happy I did something like that. Nice, dude! That's really good. Like you said, it sometimes feels really good doing something for the community. It's kind of what I feel like when I'm doing with the videos. I kind of get the same feeling, like I'm very happy that I did something good for the community. when the video is like received well, people like the content, they feel like it's a valuable thing. I do enjoy that. All right, so we have the forestry now. Let's slow down. We need to hire workers, and I need to manage all of this. Go there. So I need to manage like workers and stuff like that. But on top of that, I also have to think about the fact that winter's coming. So if I hit winter and people are still living in tents, they go. So I have to adapt to seasons with things like growing, they stop growing, stuff like that. I'm just using these houses, the big ones like this, because they produce their own food, which is very nice. And then I can buy the food, like their surplus food from them, and use that to feed the rest of the city or the rest of the settlement. So very much enjoy that. That mechanic that you can kind of fix a lot of the problems by your population just living in your town. So you're motivated to take care of them and give them like a good place to live in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 3 more. Seven. 8. 9. And then I will just put in a extra water well over here. I will also need to prep some more stuff. And I tend to put those up here because they are like the industrial stuff, and I want the smoke to not hit the village. So smithy. We need charcoal piles. Why did my mind immediately go to spiff and brit and ways to break the balance of the game while using some not very intended behavior? Yeah. There is some stuff that you can do like that in this game. I tend to get bored very quickly when I use them, so I don't. One more. There we go. So we make charcoal. But yeah, you can very much use these houses, the village house with gardens, to basically feed your entire village. So you can completely ignore building farms, you can completely ignore building so much else, because you can get some of the rarest resources because they randomly spawn in the garden. So if you can use that to like create a surplus of, for example, honey. Just don't make sure that your guys aren't selling honey in the market, and then instead you put that on your trade and you sell that to other villages, and you make a crap load of cash, and then you can just buy everything you need and you don't need a production period. That's one of the ways that you can break the game, because honey is expensive. That's a smithy. We also need... Where are you? There, thatchery. We're gonna need this. We're gonna put you here. And we're gonna need a carpentry up here. Put you like so. Something that I also like to do is put down benches by all workplaces so that people can rest. Because otherwise they go back to their house to rest. Now they don't. Now they go here and they go sit down there instead. Which I much prefer. Because decorations are free. There we go. So let's speed up again. So we have until the start of December to build all of these houses. 9 houses. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is definitely one of the games Missing Bridge would break. There's just no competitive factor to it. So now they would move in and they will start using the lot they have to grow food. So what I can do is put out this granary, where I can tell them to tell the village to, or I can buy what they give me, or what they have surplus. Let's see, I want to put you over here, and there's a reason for that. The portal in and out for traders is over here. So I want it as close as possible. And then I can just move them around here, but these houses have to be made, and you always start with enough resources to do that, to build those 9 houses. You just have to think about like how close are they to your clay and to your storage so that they can access the resources. If they're too far away, like if the camp's here and I started building over here, the travel time back and forth with the resources would be too much, and they would like start leaving before, because the houses wouldn't be done in time. Nice, they're already starting to grow stuff because it's just April, so they will have a bunch of resources. Or they brought these when they moved in, pretty much. So each household has their own level of wealth that I need to manage. If they go too poor, I have to increase salaries and stuff like that, or lower taxes. I have to think about those things. And I think inevitably, I don't think I have survived any game all the way. Like, I haven't finished any game. I haven't feel like, okay, I've built everything, I've done everything, I have completed Ostriv. I have never done that. Because at some point, you die. Or everyone dies, because you don't have enough food, you don't have enough water, you don't have enough, like, warm clothes, whatever it is. Something gets you. Scurry around their little ants. And I have to think about the logistics as well. Like, if you look in here, you have the cart parking, single cart parking. And then you also have, like, these can be, the carts here can be grabbed by anyone to move stuff around. The cart shed has dedicated workers trucking things around. And the wagon shed does the same things, but with big quantity stuff. So I have to think about that. And then for the wagon shed, I also have to think about stables. Because I need to house horses, I need to train horses, I need to make tack and horse for the horses. All of that kind of stuff. So it's really, really cool. To have all of the things that I need to think about extra. Let's queue up some storage as well. Let's just put you like so. Doesn't have to be perfect. The roads kind of make themselves based on where people walk. As you can see, they've already started popping up. So the way that I can control this is with fences. With these. So by putting down, for example, let's say that I don't want them to use this little like way here. I can go like this and say, hey, screw you. You want to get there? You go down here. There. So now they're not going to use this shortcut. They're going to always go down here, up and around. For example. So it's how you can control, so you don't have this like weird mess of it. But for now, let's just get all of our buddies into houses first. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Nice. 4 houses left. 2, 3, 4. Hmm? One of the big things that I always try to get, like there's a lot of uneven terrain here that I can't build on. So I do try to get farms. Or turn that into farmland. So let's just put a farm down. Bada boom. Let's see, does anyone make anything good? Cabbages. Melons. No, those are pumpkins. Pumpkin is good. There's some cherry trees. Potatoes. More cherry. And now it's too late. So people won't plant here because it's July now. The sowing month ends at June, or sowing season. Had a sudden big drop in energy and motivation, so I'm going to doing a mindless game where we puzzle some nice images together. We're back, gonna take a break soon too. Yeah, go right ahead. Like, I'm just gonna chill. Like I said, I've just had migraine the entire day, so I'm not feeling super. So I'm just gonna chill game and play. And people who wants to can come and hang out, but I'm not expecting anyone to because I'm not playing any major titles that a lot of people play. Like the very niche games that I enjoy playing that for me are mindless. So just holla in chat if you want to catch my attention. Three left. It's July. Yeah, it's gonna be no problem. we put an extra builder in there too. So let's double check in here. Everyone's working. We don't have any laborers though, so we're gonna have to fix that. 9 women are looking for work. And something that I normally do. Ah, hello, honey. Thank you so much for the drink. How are you doing?
A little bit.
You're nauseous?
Not nauseous, but like not good with myself.
It's okay. Empress is sick, and she's like blaming herself for not being productive or not working, functioning properly. So people need to tell her in chat too that she needs to chill. She's sick. I know there's not a lot of people in chat, but when anyone hears this, tell her to chill. She's being sassy about it. Okay, so we want to put out some market stalls. So, hello Tiffany, hello. Welcome to chat. We're doing some chill gaming today because I have had a migraine all day. Big send on health, yes. Thank you, let's build. I've had a migraine all day, so I'm just chill gaming with games that does not make my migraine worse. So we're playing some Ostriv. By some Ukrainian developers who are very sassy. They literally said, hey, we're releasing a DLC for a statue, and we promise we will use all of the money for Molotovs. So then Steam wasn't happy about that, but I still love the sass. Your tum-tum hurts. Oh, that's like migraine is bad, but if your stomach messes with you, it hits like it physically stops you from being able to move. I hope that goes away quickly. I hope you don't have to deal with that for like days or anything. That sucks. But yeah, like Empress has been sick all day. Oh, it's lower. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. It really sucks. It's really sucks. Yeah. It's that kind of pain. Yeah. It absolutely freaking sucks when you get that. Like, I can't relate to that, of course. But I live with people who have had that. And I always try to do my best to help with, like, heated rice bags and stuff like that. Anything that helps. Okay. How have you been doing otherwise? Like, I haven't been playing Satisfactory, so I have most people who normally shows up when I play Satisfactory hasn't been here. Your hobby tries. Yeah, that's good. We can't really do anything other than try. It's just overall crap period of the month. Every month. So, been away also for a while. Yeah. Have you been traveling or it's been work and stuff? Ooh, that's close. Almost needed to cut down a tree there. I mean, probably should anyway. Let's mark you for removal. I had to put my dog down last week. He was like, oh, that sucks. Man, it feels like the things are just piling on for you there. Are you okay? Like, I've grown up with dogs, and they, like, it's family members. No matter how you look at it, you lost a family member. So, I'm really sorry for it. It's okay, a bit depressed. He was hurting, so it needed to happen. Yeah. I think that's the good way to go. I see, like, growing up, I've seen so many people who force their animals to suffer because they want to keep the animal, but the animal is in excruciating pain. I'm like, you're only keeping them alive for your own sake. All you're doing is making, like, this is animal abuse. Dude. Animal suffering. Give them peace. It's crazy. Oh, that's... One of my first dogs had that too. Yeah, that was a Australian Kelpie. Hello, Mary. It's fine. I don't need custom artwork. I'm fine. I am happy with the artwork that I have so far. Never showed pain until I heard it popping. Yeah. That it sucks. I can't imagine his pain. I can't imagine your pain. It's such a personal thing. Then, like, you lost a loved one, no matter how you look at it. See if I can... I think that's better. Better with chat. Do you have any other pets, or was it just a single dog? I mean, aside from hubby. Two cats also. This is Ostriv. Can pop that up. This is Ostriv. So Ostriv is a city building game that puts you in a role of a governor in an 18th century Ukrainian town to challenge your creative skills and management abilities. And it very much feels like I'm playing a survival game top down. Yes, like you're looking at basically a, like, completely disconnected. These people do not work together or anything, but Manor Lords is like an updated, better version of this, but this one I think has been out since like 2017. It's been in, like, we're still playing the alpha builds. It's out on Steam and everything, you can play it, but it's in early access and it's alpha builds. They make, like, every single model is made handcrafted to be, like, accurate for the time. We're in 1721. 2020, okay. It released in 2020? I'm pretty sure I played it before then. Maybe they went into... I don't remember it being... I clearly remember playing it at least like 2018. It can't have been 2020. I played it before. I played that when I was working. I played it, yeah. Maybe beta. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that I played this when I was working in account management. When I worked in account management, that was 2018. It was the summer with all the forest fires all over Europe. No, I mean Ostriv specifically. I'm pretty sure I played. Like, I don't have any other games by the developers, so... But yeah, like everything, single model, everything here is handcrafted. And that's the money maker. They have honey. They're making honey. Love it. Thank you. Okay, looks good. Yeah, it looks really good. And that is because they are handcrafting. Like I said, every single model here has been made by like people who study the history, look at buildings. They literally travel to like historical places. If we're interested, can drop a Discord in chat. Mary, I'm not interested. Like, I want to be clear. I am not interested in art at this moment. If and when I am, I will start reaching out to artists I already know. Okay? Because I know them. I have personal contacts already. Let's just see if we can finish that last house so we can get... It's September, we need to get them indoors so they don't leave because it's too cold. Come on, people. We still need some wood, some clay, some thatch. We have wood and thatch. That's enough. And then we need... The clay comes from here, so that's infinite. It's just survival. No, like survival and economy. So you have trade and that. No fights. Well, you probably played alpha. Wow, yeah. I don't even remember if I bought the game or got the game. Like, I was given the game. It was in alpha in 2018, yeah. I remember I watched a short video series by Corsair on the game. And I started playing the game just after. So... Let's see. We're just waiting for a lot of this to build up so that we can start getting going, because right now we can't expand, we can't get more people to move in until we have filled out these. We need markets, we need housing, we need jobs. And we don't have anything to sell on the markets until this has been harvested. But what we can do is go in here and we can put out market stalls. So I'm just thinking, where is the best place to put market stalls where we can reach further? I'm thinking we put them back here. Like so. And then we tell you, hey, don't hire men. I want everyone to pick up. And let's do that. And then we need workers in each of these. And then we can tell you, hey, you guys sell only firewood, because everyone needs firewood. And we can't put in anything else until the granary is done. And we can't do any of that until we need the houses. We need a well for more water, smithy, thatchery, carpentry, and then the granary. Well, we can't do this. It can't come before the carpentry. The art person on Twitch made their account 2 days ago. Pretty sus. If I were you, let's build. Just ban them. They're probably a bot. It's automated messages. We can even double check. Yeah. It's an exactly 4 minutes 30 seconds between the messages, so they're a bot. So we've gotten the houses, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. And then the 10th, so we can have a new family moving in. The last bot in the stream abandoned report actually got taken down by Twitch. Nice! That's good. We want more of that. I mean, it's not going to do anything because we just create a new account, but at least the current one was deleted. Yeah. It's literally just a practice that's been going on since Twitch started. So cars are wearing out. Build a granary to buy food. Can't finish the last one because we need a thatchery. Okay, then let's move you down. Boom. Gonna put you there. Because we're heading into winter now anyway. We need wood. So here's what I normally do at this point. I remove a lot of the builders. Get them in here. And make sure that I have people that can help with other labor. For example, filling up these that can work with our smithy, carpentry, and stuff up here. Okay, you're just talking amongst yourself. Go right ahead. There we go. Now we get thatch. And you're building the well, and that is only for citizens. Now we're gonna build the smithy. We're getting there. Because we have the iron to make more nails. We just need somewhere to make the nails. Because that's literally, like, we can soft lock ourselves or like make ourselves lose this early on in the game. Because we don't have a trading hub where we can bring in resources if we miss them. So if we run out of nails, we run out of iron, we're screwed. Ah, now it starts snowing. And I love the visual for the snow. I don't really have the confidence to stream myself, and also my upload speed is so horrible that if I upload an image to Discord, Jack's live stream lags for me. Your internet is not good, let's build. Whatever you say about your confidence, your internet's worse. I think a lot of people, like, in no way, shape, or form trying to like push you to stream or anything. You do you. But what I've learned is a lot of people who have had like social anxiety and everything has found it a great proxy to like make content or stream, because it's like it's like less real, but you're still interacting. So it's like a midpoint between being social and not being social. So the anxiety is easier to deal with. Granary is going to be built. We need that to make sure that we can get food. The thing is, it's kind of fine. My download speed is pretty fast and it's pretty cheap, so I'm gonna leave it that. Yeah, that's exactly how we lived before as well. The thing was, then we, with with the company, the marketing company, we started getting jobs as the, like, where we needed to have like massive video files downloaded and uploaded to our servers. And then suddenly it's like, here's a 700 gigabyte folder you need to download. Okay. I don't stream because my builds are horrible. And unfinished, I always give up. I found it became a lot more easy to finish things because of the content creation. Like, as a personal thing. But either way, like streaming, and then here's the thing. I could do this. Let's see. I could just sit here like this. This is now the stream. Hello stream. This is stream. This is the basic thing you're doing, is being on camera, being an entertainer. No matter what you do, like if you're playing Satisfactory on stream, your primary job isn't as a gamer playing Satisfactory, it is as an entertainer entertaining people on stream. And a lot of people and a lot of channels that started pretty much at the same time I did, or that came up and started making videos around the time that Satisfactory 1.0 came out, they've dropped off because they tried to just make content about Satisfactory and nothing else, and the results spoke for themselves. They were not entertaining. They just leaned on, this is game does XYZ, thank you, subscribe. And then they did 50 videos of that. And people aren't going to be entertained by that. There has to always be an overlap between value giving, as in like education or something like that, and entertainment. And if you feel like I just want to play, then you're not making videos. Then you shouldn't make videos or stream. But if you feel like, okay, I want to make videos and stuff because I feel like I have stuff of value that I can share with the community and stuff like that, and I also think I can be entertaining, then make videos. But it's not about playing the game anymore. It's primarily about making a video and being entertaining and providing value. Secondary is playing the game. Always. So yeah, that's why you also see a lot of those channels dropping off. Because they either realize this and realize, hey, I don't want to entertain, I just want to play the game. That's fine. I'm not blaming anyone for just want to play the game. Just go and play the game. But you are also going to make yourself miserable trying to force yourself to make videos and looking at the stats and going like, hey, why is my channel not growing? Yeah, well, it's because you're not being an entertainer first, or an educator first, and second, a gamer. So, a little bit of a rant there. I think I've learned to rant from Empress. She's the pro ranter. How much do you have left there? You need some wood, you need some clay. Let's max speed this. It was like some of the best. Like, have you guys watched The Real Civil Engineer? Like, I know his videos. This game is Ostriv. Colonies, builder, like survival. Some mix between like Banished style games and straight up survival. Yeah, love him. Yeah. How many of the games he plays does he finish? Basically none of them. Yeah. But he's funny as fuck. So we watch it. Like, Empress has gotten hooked on him right now. Like, she said she's gonna go like back to watching Timberborn. She's watching all of his Timberborn seasons. The song is best. Like, come back to Timberborners. We're talking shit about people. No, go back to watching Timberborn. Yeah, same with Simi70. Simi70. Just entertaining to watch. Yeah. Because when you're going to YouTube and you watch a game being played, you're not watching for the game. Ultimately, you're watching because it's funny. It's entertaining. And that is not something given by the game. Like, the game might be fun to look at, but ultimately, is the entertainer making the video entertaining enough that you want to keep watching? That's the ultimate, like, thing that people making videos on games specifically don't really get. Because they just like, I love the game and want to play the game more. Okay, you're not going to play the game more because you're making videos. You're probably going to play the game less because you're going to spend a lot of time in DaVinci or Premiere Pro or whatever program you're using to edit than you're going to be spending making videos. You're going to be spending a lot of time scripting and recording, and then you play, but you're not relaxed playing. You're not playing the way you did before. You don't look at the game the way you did before, because now you have to look at it as a workstation where you produce your product that you put on YouTube, more or less. So the game, the way you look at the game changes. Like, I was aware of this, and I was still not prepared for the level of change. JC the Beard is also good. He also plays Timberborn. Yeah. Smee70 has 7.5 million subs and plays very different games, but real fun. Also very personality. I've dropped a lot of YouTubers, so I've gotten quite big because I don't enjoy them anymore. Because I'm assuming, I don't know, you didn't finish the sentence there, but I'm assuming they became less interactive with community. Yeah, the thing is that I can understand them getting less interactive with community. I don't think that people like, and it doesn't make sense for me when they get less open or less transparent or less interactive overall. But on an individual level, like if you have like this guy, 7.5 million subs, if you say like, yeah, I'm just gonna have a personal conversation with all of my Patreon supporters. You are going to have a conversation with 1,000 people. Like, who has the time and energy to do that? Honestly, I don't, like, I wouldn't. I'm assuming, like, at some point the growth hits a point where I just won't have time to have conversations with everyone. Right now, if all of my Patreon, YouTube members and stuff like that show up and start talking in Discord, I can have conversations with all of you guys. I search mostly for smaller streamers because I like it when they know your name. Yeah. I'm kind of the like in a mixed position myself when it comes to that, because when I watch streamers, it tends to be people I personally know. Like, I'm there as a moderator. So I don't really run into that problem. But I like personally I'm trying to respond to like every single comment on my videos. I know the scale is different, but some YouTubers still enjoy very much, and some others can't really stand anymore, can't really put it into words. Feels like also more indie YouTubers too. Also screw this tiny character limit on YouTube. Yes. I think it's about how corporate they go. Because a lot of YouTubers hit a point where they just, or streamers, they hit a point where they become more corporatized. They are running companies, they're running businesses, and start running it like a business. And a lot of them go that route because it takes too much energy otherwise. I also think that when YouTubers hit that like 5-year mark, they like a lot of them that went with the, hey, if I need to succeed, I need to be entertainer, but I just want to play games. And then it's like, okay, but now I'm successful and I've been the entertainer for 5 years, but I just want to play games. So they stop caring. But I went into this from the get-go wanting to build a community, wanting to provide value to gaming communities, wanting to have chats with you guys, whoever you would be in the future, like from when I started. Like, I went into this with the intent of wanting to not just play games, I wanted to share my experience of those games with you guys, to be entertaining, to help like teach about games to people who don't know, who struggle with them and stuff like that. Yeah, true. There's a lot of people I enjoy watching that have gotten big now, but just be themselves still and just play and enjoy the stuff they're doing and trying to think of new ways to make stuff fun. Yes. And then you have others who go the like Linus Tech Tips route, where they're like, yeah, we're a corporate entity now, which is fine, but the personality is not there anymore. So it comes down to personal taste as well. Like, what are you watching the videos for? Because something to also keep an eye on is that parasocial relationship. Because, like, let's say that I have 1,000 Patreons. I can't get to know all 1,000 Patreons personally. But you guys can get to feel like you know me and build a proxy relationship. That parasocial relationship can be very sustaining. It can be very much a proxy for other social interaction. It can cause problems. For like, there are some people who become stalkers and do really bad stuff because of that parasocial relationship. And there's a lot of YouTubers who take advantage of it and manipulate their audience for their gain because of that parasocial relationship. I just don't like it. I don't enjoy. I think the best way to put it is I don't enjoy having the responsibility of what other people do. So if I call it benign manipulation. And the way that I benignly manipulate people is to do what you want. Don't look to me to make choices for you. Do what you want. So in a way, I'm just like building people up so that they can do their thing. Because then I don't have to be responsible for it. If I manipulate people so they do what I want, I am also responsible for their outcome. And I don't want that. So I don't know why people do it. Like, it makes no sense. Never liked LTT even before corporate stuff. So I don't think LTT was never not corporate, to be honest. It just became more so later. It's sad that a bit of fame changes people. Yeah. I don't think it's like, if you give someone money and power, it doesn't change them, I think, as much as it reveals. I think that's a better way of putting it. Take someone who's been funny, happy-go-lucky, promote them to team lead or a manager and see what happens to their personality. You will see the real person. Pretty much. And sometimes you see them go generous, compassionate, they put their team before themselves, they are caring and generous. And then sometimes you see them turn into absolute garbage of human being. And you're like, what the actual crap? Both of those people exist. Both of those people do their thing, but you're not gonna see the reality of it until you give them money and power. Because money and power makes people think that there are no consequences. And when there's no consequences, when there's no risk of retribution, real colors pop up. And I am happy to say that most people that I've had in my personal life has been good. Like, damn, you're strong. All right. I had experienced something like that with a manager. Yeah. They really suck. You want the kind of manager that looks out for you and makes sure that you don't have to get hit by the like bullshit of the like company management and the higher ups. Like, they shouldn't like trickle down the crap to you. It should stop at the manager above you. They protect you from that crap. That's their job. When they don't do that, bad manager, bad leader, should not have gotten that position. Take it away from them, because they're gonna destroy people's lives. And it just gets exponentially bigger the more power and the more money and the more fame, and the less of a fear of retribution or consequence. It's just gonna get worse. But you also see the other end of that when you have someone who, when they get bigger, they get more famous, they get even more money, they become even more generous, they become even more compassionate, to the point where you might even see them start harming themselves as a result, because they keep giving, not understanding that they haven't given anything to themselves and they don't have any more to give. So they become martyrs for philanthropy, pretty much. And they destroy themselves. Because people also just assume that, hey, if you have that much money or you have all that fame, you don't need help. That you're no longer a person. You are now immortal. You're like elevated to something else. Once again, because of the parasocial relationships. So, either way, it can go badly. You gotta be very self-aware. Gotta be very prepared. And very conscious of who you have around you. Because you want people around you that are compassionate, that helps out, that says like, hey, I can tell that you're doing badly right now. You need to take care of yourself. Or someone that's like, hey, you're turning into a dick. Fix your shit or you lose a friend. Like, you need both of those people. Either as a partner or as friends, and it doesn't matter, but you need it. Come on, man. I know I only have 2 builders, but those 2 builders can please finish the house. Thank you. And then we do this, buy from locals, and we set all of this to being bought. We do not want to hire men here. Because they're like most of the places you can hire both men and women, but some places you can only hire men. So you want to have more men like dedicated, available. So you want to focus on filling as many of the places up with just women working. That's funny, I'm that person. The person who tells the person like, hey, you're a dick, fix your shit. Or are you the person that's like, hey dude, you need, like, are you taking care of yourself? Or are you the person that does the self-sacrifice? Or martyr yourself? I'm very much the person who martyr myself. I will kill myself trying to be generous, and I give too much and I crash. Which makes it really difficult when you're making all the YouTube videos, because I'm trying to make YouTube videos to the point where I'm harming myself and I end up with a migraine. I can't do shit for 3 days because I'm crashed. Then we can... Okay, once we have it in storage, we can start filling these up. Or we can set it from here. Honey, onions, cucumber, cabbage. Honey. Onions. Cucumber. Cabbage. Garlic, peas, pumpkins, carrots. Garlic. Peas. Pumpkin. Carrots. And then we have beetroot and marrow. Beetroot. And where are you? Marrow. There. I have no filter and always feels like always feel when someone is in the right state of mind. Yeah. I have spent too much time in the corporate setting. But I can feel that. I can look at someone and go like, vibes off. Something's off, or they behave like an asshole. But I also have worked with enough of the like shitty managers that I know if I don't shut up, I lose my job. So I always tell my friends, I'm always open and honest with my friends, but I pick the situation where I'm honest to make sure I don't hurt myself with that honesty. Specifically, so I don't hurt myself. Because if I hurt myself, if I lose my job, I'm not just hurting me, I'm also hurting Empress. Oh, I hurt myself. Yeah. I did that before as well. Because when it was just me, like, who cares? Like, I didn't care about my own self-preservation. But after I met Empress, it became a whole different ball game. Because now I need to also keep in mind that what I do hurts her. If I lose my job, that means she's the one left holding the bag, because now it's her income that keeps us afloat. That kind of stuff I don't want. It makes me feel really bad. Crazy, I was the 7th person to join the drawing Discord. Sorry I randomly say stuff, I'm too tired to follow your conversation, but keep going. Yeah, we will. Like, I did very much like you before. They can't fire me for being honest. Oh yeah, they definitely can. They won't say that, hey, she was being honest about us being dicks, so we needed to fire her. But they will say, like, no, she wasn't, like, measuring up to the demands that we have on the job. Like, she consistently underperformed to our expectations. And they can't do that necessarily, like, this year, but they may go, like, hey, the numbers we expect from you are going to triple next year. Oh, that's difficult? Well, either find a new job or just do it. And then they break you because you run into a wall and you burn out instead. So either way, they win. But management has a way of getting rid of people, in my experience. Dutch rules are different. Yeah, I know that, like, in the Netherlands, there's, like, very different rules. But I've also heard from people in the Netherlands who end up in that situation. It's a lot more different. But at least 2 people that I've heard of, that I know and I've known for years, that had ended up like that because they spoke up. So I don't think any country is immune from it. I just think it might be rarer in certain countries. Like, if you can be honest, if you have good people around you, if you have good managers, if you have a good company, no worries, right? But that's rare. That's a treasure. Or at least that's what I've learned. And all of this food can go bad. That's what that bar is. So every time that goes down, one of these goes bad and is destroyed. And I'm putting up the fences to create roads for them. Company's shit, my manager is good, also my team lead is just the best. Yeah, so then they probably help protect you. And one of the things that makes managers and team leads good is that. It's that they spend time, like they spend their time and energy to make sure that you can work safely without fearing upper management. So even if the company is shit, you have a good manager, you have a good team lead. That is rare. Hold on to that for dear life. All right. Let's also make horseshoes. See, these can only hire men. We want one of you guys in there. And we can do that by removing 2. Good. I should have 3 men, 1 woman looking for a job. Yeah. Think you don't have to work right now. You have to work. Let's just look what we get a lot of. Peace. So let's make sure that you sell extra peas. What else do we have a lot of? Garlic. Garlic. There we go. Well, yeah, like I think I've probably been at like 15 jobs in my adult life. I've had a total of 1 good boss. A single good boss in my entire life. She's sitting in the kitchen right now. I worked for her company for 8 years. And ran it for 2. Going to have a nice evening. Bye. Have a nice evening, and I hope you feel better soon, okay? Have a nice Friday evening. Bye. Just chilling. So, there are people in chat saying hi. Saying hi to you guys. How are you doing? We're playing Ostriv. You're running a little settlement in 18th century Ukraine. Let's see, we're building carpentry. I think we have enough. Yeah. Don't worry, we're getting charcoal in there. And just chill here a little bit with me and hang out if you want to. Snow's melting. Winter over soon, I hope. I'm also glad it's getting warmer IRL too. Yeah. It is. It's getting lighter too. In our case. We actually have some light around 8 in the morning now. Normally that didn't start happening until like 9. So that's moving back as well. So we get light a little bit later, a little bit earlier, a little warmer. I mean, we bought 3 radiators, like electrical radiators, for the apartment. So, trying to avoid the cold in the apartment, since the landlords refuse to turn up the heat. Alright, so now they're gonna replant all their stuff. They already have their, like, cherry trees, apple. They turn it into dried fruit. I might need a second one of these. They might have a larger spread of resources than I have space right now, or slots for right now. And like I said, we need to get that carpentry up and running, and then the trade post. Trade post is really important. We should also expand on this. No market stalls nearby. Too far away. Yeah, that's fine. Boom. Let's move the house. Like so. Actually, let's finish that one. So close to done. Hmm. Then we want our town hall. You're overlooking the town. We're gonna come in down there. Need some nails and stuff. See. Let's make this a wooden bridge, actually. Let's see, what did you say? I have reworked my storage for starter parts in my cave, but lack inspiration on how to make it fit in more look good. Don't be afraid to like box things in with stuff like walls and foundations, pillars and stuff like that. And then decorate those walls and pillars instead of just having like open storages and like conveyor belts and lifts and stuff like that. So if you just like make it so that you can see just the holes for enter, like the front of it or something like that. The rest is just foundations, and then you decorate the foundations or the walls instead with some detailing, some angled pillars and stuff like that. You're broken. I have some pick in my farm channel and kind of... Okay, let's look at it. I would say do something with the frame pillars, small metal pillars or something like that, like beams, to create more of like because what it looks floaty. So if you can find a way to make it look less floaty and more supported, I think you're gold. And also lit up. So like frame pillars and stuff. They work really well with conveyor belts. Yeah, that's some start idea. Thank you. No problem. Let's see. You are up and running. Gotta be real careful until we get people. There's no jobs available. That's what they're complaining about. How about we add some jobs then? Now there's jobs available. Come on, man. Chop, chop, move in. I feel like when the point comes I finish phase 2, my save is already showcaseable. Yeah, why not? Should be. Like, considering how much time you've spent on it. Wow, they're building the trading post. Let's go super speed. Then we got the bridge over here. That means we can access stone. Pick up all the stone on the map. And if I remember correctly, we have a limestone over here. So we're going to need a bridge on this side too. Let's put in a bridge. I don't like that. Put the bridge like so. Ta-da. Treasury, resources, population. I can't do a lot here right now. Can't change anything until I have my town hall built. There. And then I can also build a lot more houses. Normal village houses. Probably up along this ridge here. Like so. Couple of rows. Or down here. They're a lot smaller, so I can fit a lot more of them, which we need. Because with this, we have a lot of our food production taken care of. This is like our farming community over here. So here, now you can see, because I put in the fence, the roads are adjusting. So we get very firm placed natural roads here, instead of these like crisscrossy things. So if I take the fence and go, okay, let's say that wide down to there. And let's do that. Yep, definitely should have some special color. Yeah, I think light. Put light behind, strong light, shining out with color. Rather than just coloring things. So backlight it with color and change the color through lighting rather than paint. Unless you want to. Okay, so you guys are up and running again. We have gotten someone moved in, so we have more people available. We have 4 women looking for jobs. If I just click here. Nope. We have nothing available yet. I still don't have a good idea on how to utilize ambient sign lighting. I mean, the best way to learn that is to experiment. And I think that what you have, like what you've built in terms of the storage, is a good platform to learn it on, because it's a corner in a pretty dark space. What you do when you build, and this is a good, like, here's a good tip. Build with your flashlight off. Specifically with the signs. Like, build everything else with it on, but turn it off for when you're building the lights. All right, we're starting to get some good looking village building here. It has a way to go, but it has a start. There. I love illegal building now. With infinite nudge routing stuff in a way you can't in vanilla. It's so useful. I can use the basic stuff in very creative ways. Yes, it is why it should be in vanilla. Because it adds to the general creativity of the rest of the game. It is in every single possible way you can think of an improvement of the game, not just a modification of the game. Angle and horizontal ladder are also nice for looks. Yes, they are. Which is... It's good creativity. We need more of it. Just boost creativity for everyone. Give everyone the ability to play around with this stuff. We can put a worker in here now and sell extra honey, I think. There we go. I ended up placing an 8-meter angled wall horizontal and thinking if that's useful as well. I think less useful. I think if you can take it from, like, if it's angled like this. No, let's see, find there the camera. Like if it's angled like this, if you can make it like this, that might look good. Come on, guys. Finish it. Gotcha. So let's slow down a little bit. What we need to do now, go down to 2 builders again. We need a manager, 2 workers, and we need an export stock of 10,000 charcoal. Because we're running out of gold. Should fill up soon. We got the manager. They're bringing in their charcoal. Close to. When we hit 0, because the game is still not finished, still early access, we will get an automatic loan of 1,000 gold to supplement it, because the economy is not up and running properly yet. So we're never gonna run out and like, because that's the game mechanics not being functioning the way they should. So it's a guaranteed loss if they didn't do that. We want to buy as much nails as we can, as much iron as we can, and we want to buy stone. We don't have the gold for any of that, but when this hits 0, we will. There. We're basically just gonna speed through the winter. We have enough food for a long time. We can put up extra cabbage sales. What more did we have a lot of? Carrot. Garlic. There we go. There's the loan, and now it's taking all of that money because we are getting a bunch of stuff. I am playing Ostriv. Yeah. It's really fun that you recognize the game. You're the first one watching today that does recognize it. Welcome to chat, XPK. How are you doing? I'm Ukrainian, is Ukrainian, and is pretty famous among our gamers and game developers. Hey, makes sense. I mean, they are really like going down the road of like, we are honoring the like Ukrainian cultural heritage and like all that stuff. I also love the DLC where they literally said, which was then later removed, thank you so much for buying the DLC so we can make more Molotovs. Which is awesome. Which is just like such a kick-ass move. The DLC was literally just a statue, by the way. Yeah, the main dev is a pretty straightforward guy. Yeah, as far as I remember, I've been playing since way back. As far as I remember, it started as a single developer project and then it grew into having multiple developers. So yeah, but yeah, the awesome game. I have a few hours in it. A little over 200 hours. It's a great, cozy go-to game for me. Yeah, around 2008 it happened where it released the alpha. Yeah, I did play around there, 2018. I got my hands on the alpha and have played since. So, I mean, it's just literally alpha 5, patch 9, hot 617, so we're still in alpha. Great and cozy until your animals die or something. Like, that's the thing. It's great and cozy, and then you will guaranteed lose. Guaranteed. There's no such thing as winning at this game. Which is why I'm saying, like, yeah, it's a colony management game, but I would rather say that it's a real-time strategy survival game. Like, how long can you go? But yeah, I think I've gotten to, so the biggest village I have had has probably been 500 or 600 people in it, like living in it, like citizens. So I've gotten pretty big. And then I die, inevitably, because like you say, animals die, people die. Like, I had one case where literally from 1 year to the next, everyone died because food shortages. I'm playing this incredibly engaging game called Ropuka's Idle Island currently. Okay, what's that? Tell me about it. It's sort of an always on screen plot of land where a frog lives, naps, wakes up, cuts grass, goes for a nap again, and so on. It plays itself. Okay, so it's like almost like a desktop widget kind of thing. Awesome. Buy my charcoal. I will buy your iron and your metal parts because we need them. So yeah, there's no active gameplay. That's cool. Very not needing your attention kind of thing. I like those kinds of games too. Look here, I have in my favorites, I have Idle Slayer and Idle On. Idle On is a like MMO kind of thing. And Idle Slayer is a side-scrolling automatic like running game kind of thing that I played a lot of, as you can see. I played a little bit. I played a lot of Idle Ninja, looks similar. Yeah, I think Idle Ninja, if I remember correctly, is pretty much it. Oh, I really need to fix with my mustache. I need to trim it or something because I have a single hair that is like bent, so it keeps tickling just here, everyone else. We basically need to finish this build queue. And that is the, like, that's when we know we're ready for the next step of the village. So have you been doing XPK? I haven't seen you online in a while or in a stream or anything, so how have you been doing? Just been chilling? Been a lot with work or like vacation? What's been going on? What do you have for me? Buy all that, buy all of that, buy all of that. I'm just D&D in Discord, but I lurk. I haven't been on stream lately because our schedules don't really match. Ah, okay, yeah. That sucks. Yeah, I'm looking a lot at like the stream schedules and stuff and thinking about what I can do. But right now I can't really like I need to stream, I need to get better at streaming and stuff, so I need to do it. And I want to hang out with you guys, of course. But also at the same time, I can't invest too much in it until I have more people watching the streams, essentially. I need to put more focus onto the more evergreen content, like the full logistics guide. That one's doing great. So, stuff like that is our main focus for like growing the community, growing viewership, growing the channel. But then when we get to a certain, like, there needs to be a certain level of hate to use the word, but like return on in like time investment, at which point I will probably go to the point like streaming more days in the week. I'm doing okay, but falling sick, I think, which is pretty shitty because it might land me in a hospital. Oh, that sucks. I was just gonna say, like, Empress has been getting sick here as well, but not going to the hospital level sick. Are you immunocompromised or something that causes that, or what's going on? Like, if you're okay with talking about it. All right, so we have our warehouses. That's good. Now we can remove that. Can remove that. Let's put you at there. It's just a cold, but it affects my eye. That's very prone to cornea inflammations. Oh shit, that sucks. Hopefully I can suppress it with drops, otherwise it's gonna become an Eye of Sauron. That really sucks, dude. A lot of people around me are not feeling well and I hope they get better. Yeah. I'm gonna go until my midnight. So I'm gonna go for another 2 hours, 15 minutes, give or take. Hire someone at your market stall. Oh. A lot of people from Drakachi buy charcoal. Yeah, I don't need that. Can remove that one. It is set up correctly. I wanted to have a lot of firewood. Well, I accept all creativity and energy from my brain that was left for today and did some building on my storage. I think at least I now have a starting point I can work on. Could you take a look? Yes, let's take a look. That is a definitive upgrade, dude. You should definitely be happy with that. I still think the belts themselves is a little bit floaty. But it's a definitive upgrade on every other part. So, good job, dude. That was not what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do. So. I love the stacked railings. Yeah, they look really, really good. Yeah, the town hall is queued up, dude. Chill. I think I'm gonna break for a longer break for now. Might be back before stream end. Happy chilling, everyone. Yeah, good to have you here, of course. Be back if you want to. Otherwise, just good night, dude. We'll see you tomorrow or something. They look a bit like the Gates shop rolled down when they have glass doors. Yeah, they do. A child has been born. I have my little farm plots here, getting all the food. There's a lot of honey. So they're making raspberries. I just want this granary to be done so I can also buy and fill that up with even more food and stuff. Are the bees happy? Yeah, they're happy little worker bees. And they're gonna have a lot of fallows. There's a lot of flowers around. Look. So much flowers. Let's see, who are you from? Like, I don't know how to pronounce it. Balaklia. Balaklia. I remember bees were extremely OP in Valheim. Yes, they were. Here you can't even build them, so the only way that you can produce honey is by the random generation in your Balaclea or Balaclea. Balaclea. Yeah, the A is the YAH at the end. Balaclea. Yeah. Or is it just Balaclea? I mean, Ea would be the Russian pronunciation Ea, Balaclea, for the Ukrainian. Okay. I've know so little of the languages of like Eastern Europe and Russia and like the Balkans and Balticum and like all that stuff, honestly. Once upon a time, I could speak fluent Portuguese. I would know some French, some German, of course, Swedish. I can understand Danish, Norwegian. Some Quenya, some Elvish. Some of the dragon language from D&D. And then nothing. Top. Again? Well, always more iron. It was more nails too. We can't hire anyone here yet. We don't have the manpower. Now it's a housing issue. And that's coming up to be fixed. I do like that they have separate models for what's being sold. So what's that? Cabbages, peas, onions, and honey. Cabbages, peas, onions, and honey. And we have carrots, pumpkins. Can't see what that is. And then garlic. Carrots, pumpkin. Those are peas? Ah, that's cucumber, not peas. Okay, so peas are... okay. The dried version of peas. Garlic, peas, marrow. What is that? Potato? Beetroots. Okay. All the normal ones there again. Let's just buy that. Let's just apply. Add a worker. And then we need to increase the number of builders so that this gets built faster. We can probably... is there anywhere I can reduce the number of male workers? Not really. We have very few male workers, apparently. I have. Thank you for the loan that I never have to pay back. Let's hire illegal immigrants. Look, I've solved the problem very easily. Remove the illegal, because everyone moving in is legal. Oh, you're here? Here's your Ukrainian passport. Welcome. Let's go. That's your plot of land right over there. Move in. Go for it. But yeah, get the next house finished here. Feel like I will also need another one of you guys up here later. So you don't have to run so far. Surprisingly, IRL, it's very hard to obtain our citizenship. Yeah, because for hundreds of years, this was Ukraine's actual policy. Ukraine is the most ethnically ambiguous country in the world looking at genetics. This was really fascinating when we were studying history. I don't know if you remember, but I did a bachelor in history. And a very big focus on European like migrations and stuff like that around the like 1,000 years ago up to like 1400s 1500s was like Ukraine was such a melting pot of everything from coming from like where Russia is today, everything coming up from the south, from like Persia and like the Mediterraneans, people coming from the Germanic tribes, coming from like the Vikings trying to move in and conquer and didn't go so well. They just integrated instead. It was insane. So it was like, it's really, really cool learning about like Ukraine itself has been such a important place in Europe for over 1,000 years because of how fertile the lands are. It's insane. And no one has won except Ukraine. Everyone just became Ukrainian instead of the region becoming Russian or like Danish or Norse or whatever you want to call it, or Persian or anything like that. Mediterranean. No, Ukrainian. We're our own thing now. It's really cool. Yeah, although no traces of earlier nomadic peoples remain in the cultural DNA records. No, I think that because of the like I said, like melting pot of different ethnicities around the region of Ukraine, you very much also got the problem of like who would have moved there? It would have been like if we're looking at like the land migrations, it would have been Germanic tribes moving in. And the people that later became like the Cossack and stuff like that. And the Russians and the people that moved across that to become Vikings, the people who became the Sami over here and stuff like that. It's the same tribes. But you would also be looking at like then again Scythians, Sarmatians, and various Goths settled and later disappeared inland where Slavic tribes didn't live. Yeah. And so it's like because it's such a melting pot, you can also then look at and go like, you know, but those are the tribes that moved in. Because if we can't find any traces of them, ta-da. Because if you look at my heritage, for example, 2 generations back, we're Sami. I have Romanian heritage. I have like northeast France. I have just my grandmother on my dad's side is a refugee from the Second World War from Germany. From the, what would that be, northeastern parts of Germany, like old Prussia. And then I think, like, if you look at it, I am probably, out of all the different things I'm made up of, Swedish is the least of them. I just were raised as culturally Swedish, so I don't think of myself as Sami or German or anything like that. I have a lot of like German stuff from my dad's side, culturally, but 90% of it is just Swedish. So I think of myself as Swedish. When people ask me, like, do you have any like minority heritage or anything like that, I don't say like, yeah, I have some Sami. I just go like, nah, I'm Swedish, because I don't think of myself as anything else. Thoughts on Soulstorming though, just to check the Swedishness. As a millennial Swede, Soulstorming can go fuck itself. I do know that the older generations love it. Personally, no, big no on my end here. Like, you can keep that for yourself. I will eat normal like fermented herring and stuff like that. Not fermented, pickled herring. Pickled herring is the word. I'll eat that. I love that. Pickled herring with some eggs and caviar stuff. Eel. Smoked eel, I love. What more do we have? Like all the meats. I just love the meats. Some dilled boiled potatoes is also very nice. Glögg. Glögg is, I think, mulled wine. But I drink it without alcohol. I don't drink alcohol at all. But I've also been to some Germans, like parties. They're called Bierhaben. Bierhaben. We did with my dad a lot. That was fun. It's like my dad grew up and became like a trucker, like logistics worker, and it was such a big thing that like a couple of times a year for birthdays or big company parties, all the German trucker companies just rolled into town. We're just like, we're having a Bierhaben. They just rolled up with all their stuff, like just circled the wagons kind of thing, but with their trucks, and made like a barbecue party in the middle of that, and just went for hours with like beer drinking competitions, pig's feet, lots of sausage. Love that. Ribs. So much barbecue. Loved it. Some of the best food I've ever eaten. Homemade sausages from truckers that doesn't do anything else except drive back and forth in Europe every day. And the little time they have, they use to make food. I'm also very much a music buff and metalhead, so like a lot of like the concert going and stuff has also been part of my culture growing up. This reminded me how the Cossack the settlement garrison, was usually built with a central square and spoke-like streets radiating from it. Guess why? No idea. I can think of a few strategic reasons, like tactical reasons, like military tactical reasons. So that everyone literally has the same amount of time it takes to get to the center to like mount up for defenses and stuff. Or the other way around, to get to the walls from the center. So their wives could drag their blackout drunk asses home easier. So, still a tactical reason. Love that reason though. That's funny. Oh, that's the fun thing. That's a deal that I made with the Empress. I was like, you can drink however much you want. You can get however drunk you want. I don't care. Like, since I don't drink, I don't care. I'll be the designated driver. I'll come pick you up if you're out at a party. I don't care. No matter what. You need to be able to walk home by yourself. I'm not carrying your ass. That's the only stipulation I have. Otherwise, you can drink. I got something stuck in my teeth. Really bothers me. The texture is off in my teeth. Let's see. I don't want anything from here, but I'm also looking at what can I make extra of to sell. Also, interesting tidbit. Sitges Fremen settlements in Dune are literally inspired and named after Cossack sitges. Oh! Cool. Did not know. I am... Honestly, I never liked Dune. I never liked Dune a lot. And the movies were bad. They were not well made. They were well made in terms of a visual spectacle, they were well made in terms of music, but the story and the characterization was really bad. The pacing was really bad. Hot take, maybe, but those movies were like a 1.5 out of 5 for me. Easy. I don't know why. We have some people looking for jobs now. Let's get more builders. I read the first book as a kid with a horrible translation, then I reread the whole Frank Herbert's part of the cycle several years back. Holy crap, he's a graphomaniac. What's a graphomaniac? I'm gonna Google that. Obsessive compulsive writer. Yeah, like no. Doing weren't like even if I remove the blatant homophobia, writes a lot of words with little actual meaning. And like even if you like remove the blatant homophobia and like all the really, really bad shit that's in the books that was like meandering, yeah. Like very much a like part of the time he was writing in and everything. I just didn't like them. Now, on the other hand, I have read and reread Wheel of Time like 7 times. I love those books. Will 100% admit to them not being perfect either. They have a lot of problems. There's a lot of like bad writing and bad takes and stuff like that in those books. But if you can reread 15 books 7 times, but I can barely get through like the original 3 Dune books once, that says a lot. Reread everything each time a new book came out. I didn't do that. When I started reading, I think I started reading in 2002, I think. And then I read everything, and by the time I had caught up, it was, I think the 10th book was out. It was, I caught up in the book where they cleansed the side-in. That's where I caught up, and then I had to wait. But during all of that, I read all of David Edding's works. I read all of the stuff with Harry Potter that was out at the time, which I don't anymore because of obvious reasons. The Tales of the Autori, I read and reread multiple times. I read all of H.P. Lovecraft's work, the Artemis Fowl books. I loved reading. And then I started reading a lot of non-fictional stuff, a lot of like symbolism, religious, like analysis, cult stuff, philosophy, because I studied philosophy in school, psychology. I'm just looking at the library to kind of like get a grasp. But I kept reading a lot of stuff. I read the Lord of the Rings books, and then I read Silmarillion and all that stuff. Which one is that? Just give me a second. I need to look at which one that was. Yeah, and then I started reading these ones. Raven's Shadow. This is the 3rd book in the series by Anthony Ryan. Very like dark fantasy. Very nice read. But then every time I needed comfort blanket, I went back and reread Wheel of Time over and over again. 7 times now. And then when I was working my first job The one that I talk about in the third video in the logistics series as a forklift driver. I had it in-ear headphone, like earphones, playing the audiobooks so that I could I listened to them yet another time. I actually never got to read the final 3 books until maybe 4 years ago when I picked up the whole cycle and blazed through it, but damn, Jordan and Sanderson managed to tie up a lot of threads that seemed meaningless in previous books. They very much did. And I will be honest, I think that Sanderson dealt with Rand and Matt specifically a lot better than Jordan did. Honestly, I think he elevated both of those characters in a way that Jordan wasn't willing to or capable of doing. So I think that the books got, if anything, better after Sanderson took over. So he was definitely the right guy to finish the series. And then we got the TV series. To which I say, huh? Jordan was outright creepy with Matt in interim books, how he constantly just stared at boobs and made women uncomfortable. I get that he's a horny teenager, but come on. Yeah, the problem was, and this is like, this is a problem that I have with certain tabletop role-playing games as well. If you weren't, like, thought exercise, if you take the timeline of Wheel of Time, if you just like, I know this is impossible, but just try to keep in mind, pick everything from one character, their timeline. Take Rand, because he's the main. If you remove any reference to how long the story went, how much time passed in Wheel of Time? From the first book until the end of the last one. Like in your perspective. Not in the book's perspective, in your perspective. I know it's a big thing, it's a big series, but chronologically, maybe 8 years, I think. Or I mean IRL free. No, in story. Like how much time passed in the in-world story from Beltane in the first book all the way up to end of Memory of Light. 8 years, you think? Well, stated by Robert Jordan, the real time is about 2.5 years. And they just turned 18 when they left. So Matt, Perrin, and Rand are around 18 years old. Egwene is not even that. She's around 16 when they leave. She's 18 at the end of the story, or end of her story. The Navy's around 24 years old when they start the story. And come to think of it, they left at 16. Perrin is barely considered adult at the end. No, Egwene was 16. They were 18. They were older by a couple of years. And the problem, this happens a lot in tabletop role-playing games as well. It is that with all the thoughts and inner monologue and thinking and conversation and everything that is happening, it is like time slows down. So that the thoughts happening is a lot more than you would have time to think about in the same space of time. But you're given, the characters are given near infinite time to think and react to certain things, which drags the time span out and making it unrealistic. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but the time it took was 8 years. And the way that Matt specifically talks at the end is as if he's like 45 and he's been through it all. And we feel that that's accurate. Because that's how much time we can feel has passed. But it hasn't. And not just that. I feel like Matt specifically, I don't want to say it because I don't think anyone deserves it, but the way that he was treated in Abu Dhar, well, Matt has relived, absorbed multiple lifetimes, yes, but the way that he talked, or the way that he was treated by Queen Thailand in Abu Dhar, he was a like involuntary like sex slave. He was being R-worded for a long period of time, over and over and over again, and then held hostage, and he was mistreated, and like he got his karma for how he treated others as well. But at the same time, no one deserves that. There's not a person on the planet that just deserves that. Which is like something that we keep, because Robert Jordan is such a masterful writer, or was such a masterful writer, is that what we forget is that Wheel of Time was an incredibly dark story, but it doesn't always feel like it. But it was dark, and it was fucked up in a lot of places, in a lot of things we saw and read, but we don't feel them because of how Robert Jordan managed to describe them. The way he painted the setting didn't make it feel as dark as when someone like George R.R. Martin writes it, or when Robert Jordan wrote Conan. That kind of stuff. So, but Sanderson, when he came in and took over, I think he corrected a lot of the flatness, I would say, of Matt's character. And I think that he also corrected the trajectory and pacing of Rand's personal journey that Robert Jordan didn't handle well. The Xianshan part of the whole story is outright nightmare. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. And like, culturally, can't fault the IL for their stuff either. But man, you have cultural abuse as a way of raising your children under the standard. You have like taught people to willingly submit themselves to slavery for a period of time as a punishment for ethical wrongs committed according to their culture. That's fucked up. But we don't feel Like it's fucked up because of how well Robert Jordan and Sanderson writes it. Has had strong medieval Japan vibes for me. Yeah. I think partly that. And I think also very strong like it was like an amalgamation of, like you say, strong Japanese medieval Japan and also strong, like a mix of like strong old like pre-Muslim like Persian Macedonian culture and stuff like that. Like a mix. All right, let's speed up it a little bit. Yeah, like Wheel of Time. Like it's an easy go-to for me. Like anytime someone's asking, like, have you ever read this in a story? Yeah, it's in Wheel of Time. Too bad Matt didn't get the planned sequel about him and Tuom. Yeah. I would have loved to see how their culture clash ended up. Also knowing that the destined thing for all of Matt's relived life was dying in combat. I would have loved to see how that played out. Because remember, the whole thing about them winning was sustaining the cycle, not breaking the cycle. That was the bad guys. So they sustained Matt's destined death in combat. There's also the whole allegorical like reference to Matt being Odin, Perrin being what's he called? Perrin being Thor, and Rand being Tyr. And then Balder. It's funny you could be both of those characters. It was Tyr while Robert Jordan was writing him, and then became Balder as Sanderson was writing him. One of the things I don't like in the endings was how easily most Forsaken got swept away. Look, as hyped as the Forsaken were by the narrative in terms of like power, guile, intelligence, all of it, they were absolutely shitty villains. They were incompetent as villains. Truly. Even the ones that did follow orders. was garbage villains. And this is like Empress could talk to you more about this. She is the writer out of the two of us. Like, she is an actual author, so with education. So she could talk more about this, but this is the case of, if you, like, in this kind of story, if you made the villains competent, they would win. Like this. Because when the story starts out, they have all the power, they have all the knowledge, they have all the experience, they have all the resources. So if they actually went like, hey, we obviously will not be able to turn these people to our cause, let's just kill them. Boom. Roll credits. Instead, Ishamael gets, like, murked, what, 2 times? Impermanently? And then the 3rd time he goes down. Like, first book, what is it? At the end of the first book, and then again in Falm, and then in Tears Rock, and then comes back. The whole thing with him not being able to die comes back, and then they fight again at the end of the Memory of Light, and finally get to rest in peace. If we just stab him at the, like, first book. I'm just going to ban that bot. Give me a second. There we go. Ishamael has plot armor. The Samael and the Mandor plots were outright annoying. The Samael one, like, was confusing the first time I read it. I got it later, like, second time around, but first time I read it was just weird. Although the Death Ray battle in the palace was sick. With Demandred, holy crap. Like, here's the thing. At that point, I thought the book was over. And everything. I was like, okay, we're done. He's beaten the plot with the Dumai's Wells, and he's, like, unified the Ale under him, or, like, more or less working towards it. And then, like, nah, we're going straight to Camelin. Now we're, like, going there, we're, like, fighting another one, and let's go for this. I'm like, whoa, what the shit just happened with the pacing? We went from 0 to 100 like this. And then that fight happens, and I was like, what? like, it wasn't until the second time I read it through that I realized that, like, Avienda and, like, Matt and, like, people had died, and that the Balefire brought them back. I didn't get that until the second time around. Because it was happening so fast, I was just confused. But it was a sick battle. But one character, controversial take. One character that I absolutely cannot stand throughout the entire series. Egwin. Egwin can go jump off a bridge. Absolutely hate her. Oh, Egwin is way too holier than thou. Yeah, like, I'm not even talking about, like, holier than thou. Every other character in the book, including Moiraine and Lan, in the first book, being like, the guides are going, we don't necessarily know what's going on, but we're trying to figure it out. Egwin, at every single point throughout the entire story where everyone else is going, we don't know what's going on, she goes like, well, I have an idea. I was like, you don't. You've been here just as much as everyone else. You know nothing. Like, what the shit? Just sit down. Like, Matt, Perrin, Rand, Moiraine, Lan, like, Elaine, Brigitte, like, all of them are going, huh? She's like, well, I have an idea. And you're like, no. 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 That pisses me off. It's not as much holier than thou as the actually, like, the Besserwisser, the know-it-all, who obviously don't know it all. Absolutely hate that character in every single story, and Egwin is that from start to freaking end. When people are like, oh, I hate that she died, I was like, she should have died book 1. She was there for drama. Nothing else. Like, Elaine is as powerful as her, but with the training, education, and life experience that would have made her a better Amerlin. Nynaeve is more powerful than her with the one power, making it so that she's some more powerful Aes Sedai in general. As a wise one, Avienda has the cultural knowledge and insight to be a wise one and have all of that training on a whole different level. The Windfinders from the Athanier has a lot, like, I don't remember her name, but there's like multiple of them that are better at what they do than she is. And what she learns from them. She is literally just there to fill out space. And she does this as a obligatory rip Varen. Yeah, Varen, best character. Varen is best girl. 100%. So, so bad. Egwene is the worst character in those books, in my opinion. However, she did end up being coupled with the second worst character, Gawain. They deserved each other. They also deserve to die, so. How did Empress put it in such a good way? I would like them to take a long walk off of a short cliff. The Knave is more annoying to me, to be honest. The one-trick pony thing about anger and power is tiresome. 100%, I agree. However, and she, in my opinion, she's just as annoying as Egwene up until she releases her block in Abu Dar when Lan saves her. When they are going into the water. When she finally gives in. That moment changes her. Because the trauma that has caused her to be the way she is now released. That was her block. And her entire character story was getting to that point. Once that happened, she became the actual, like, wise woman, the actual adult in the room, in my opinion. Like, going into deep detail here. But yeah, like, up until that point, the Knave is just as annoying. And Avienda and Min are probably my favorite of the female main characters. Avienda is mine. Avienda and Moiraine. For me, Min became too much of the... Like, she felt very hard from up until, like, she found and ended up with Rand, like, properly. She was fine. From that point onward, she lost all agency. She became a wallflower. Like, I'm not saying she didn't do stuff, but she was no longer in charge of what she was doing. She had surrendered to her fate, pretty much. in a way that, in my opinion, made the character worse. But yeah, Avienda, I think, was the one character that just stayed true to herself throughout the entire story. Her and Nynaeve are my two favorites. I think Nynaeve actually, at the end of the story, beats out Avienda as my favorite. Because of her character development and what she does for Lan in terms of the final battle and him riding to Tarwin's Gap with dropping him like on the far end, basically going like, sure, I told you I'd take you to the borderlands. I did. And then basically going with the whole, my husband rides for Tarwin's Gap, does he ride alone? Man, every time that, oh, I cry. Every time. I'm back to say goodnight. Going to bed and hope to be freshly energized to be productive tomorrow. Chilling in stream is fun as always. Thank you for being here, Let's Build. Have a good night, and I hope you sleep well. Well, yeah. I think my most detested character throughout that entire story is going to have to be Katsuan. She is what Egwene would have turned into if she hadn't died. She was like a level 100 Egwene, where Egwene was like a level 50 Egwene. But so many people, I don't understand, so many people love, absolutely love. Yeah, Katsuan is the epitome of a, Katsuan is the epitome of a post-breaking Aes Sedai. Because when we saw the conversation with, like, Zen Rand, the post-revelation, post-nut clarity Rand, we can very easily tell that he is still not speaking to her as an equal. Like, he is still, like, he's not speaking to her as an Aes Sedai from his time. Or like Time of Legends or Age of Legends. So Katsuan is you're correct in that Katsuan is the epitome of, or epitome of an Aes Sedai post-breaking. Like the Trolloc Wars level Aes Sedai. Not an Age of Legends Aes Sedai. That's the way I look at it. Because I think that we see a version of him doing that when he goes to the White Tower to speak with Egwene before the final battle. Yeah, the learned, scheming, coldly just, that sort of thing. Yeah. But in terms of like how Rand speaks to her when she's like, well, boy, and she's like, well, girl, you're what, 400 years old? Like, that's how old I was when I became the Tamerlane. Bitch. Like, he's like putting her in her place. He's showing his seniority as the realized dragon. But he does, regardless of his seniority and stuff, he still goes in to speak as an equal to the current Amerlin, which is Egwene. And I think that we see that difference very clearly in his attitude and approach to speaking with Cadsuan and Egwene, where one he speaks to as a friend and an equal, and the other one as a child. She secretly enjoyed being humiliated, lol. I would have, like, that, like, depressed, cold, hard Rand, when he just tells her, just going like, do you think that if I just wanted it to, your heart would just stop? Like, that sentence just sent shivers down my spine. Like, he's cold as fuck. He obviously needs therapy, but also, holy fuck, what a sentence. That's like John Wick level dialogue right there. In my opinion. Same thing with like Lan at the end, when he just goes like, I'm not here to win, I'm here to kill you. It's like, oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Need to get our wealth tax up. Lan's story is the most epic of all the secondary characters, hands down. Yeah. He's like one of those characters who's so kick-ass that you just go like, why is this series not about him? Like, why hasn't the whole series just been, yeah. It's like a better iteration, in my opinion, of Aragorn. The fallen king kind of thing. Or the king without a country. He's... And the whole... I think a lot of people forget this, especially if they're more in, like, fallen more into the toxic masculinity territories. Same as with Aragorn. He is... as far as you know, Malkyr got restored after the battle. Yeah, but like his entire story is like up until that point, right? But the how do I put it? He is like, just like with Aragorn, He is open and vulnerable with the people that he trusts. He has no problem speaking about his emotions and showing them when it's appropriate. He is, and at the same time, he is fighting for the things that he believes in. He is not, like, while he's stoic, he's not cold. And I think that a lot of people looking at him, and the same thing with Aragorn, is they only see the fuck you, I got a sword attitude that they have towards antagonists, not towards the people they care about. For me, movie Aragorn, like the trilogy movie Aragorn, is the epitome of masculinity. And Lan doesn't fall short behind. Because of his, like you said, like the vulnerability, the way he cares, he's willing to fight for the things and the people that he cares about, but he is not overly violent. It is his last option, not his first. He doesn't bully, he doesn't belittle, and he respects the people around him and cares for them. And he doesn't try to take like command or leadership unless he's given no other choice. I love that. It's so good. And it's portrayed perfectly in the books with Lan, and perfectly in the movies with Aragorn. Because book Aragorn, let's be real, is more of a fuck you, I got a sword, I'm the king, no. So. All right, we're building all the houses now, so we gotta get a lot of people. We're gonna need a small chapel then too. Can I put the small chapel somewhere smart? Yeah, let's just put you here. And we have our roads or bridges. But yeah, Makir should have gotten restored. I might have misremembered though. Let me... Yeah, after the last battle, the blight vanished and the nation was restored. Yeah. It was a pretty immediate thing too. It was just a few years, I think, or a few months. I don't remember. It's a while since I read the books, so I should probably do that again if I just had time. I do love talking about these books though. There's so much to talk about. So here's my question for you. Out of all the fights, and I have to say specifically, except Lance fights, none of Lance fights, every other sword duel, which is your favorite sword duel in the books? Or like combat duel thingy that is explicitly on paper, like in the books? I suppose the first one when Rand got herons burned in his palms is the most memorable, although Matt's duels are more flashy. The one where Rand got herons burned in the palms, that's Falm, right? When he's fighting Ishamael over Falm. Because I'm close to that, but not really that. It's my favorite duel of all of them was in the same book when Rand dueled Turok, the Grand Lord whatever who ruled the return of the Shansham, Xiansham, however you want to pronounce it. The bigoted insect helmeted people from outside of the ocean. Not that not everyone was bigoted in some way, for some reason in the books. But yeah, like Matt had more like you say, flashy duels. But Rand versus Turok, that was my favorite. Oh yeah, now we're starting to get some people in here. How many were looking for jobs now? Some of them, okay. I misremember the Heron brands weren't from a fight, it was after a vision of Baalzamon in his sleep. Wasn't it like when he stabbed, when he did the... Yeah, he got the side wound, but he also stabbed, like he did the whole like top-down stab thing in the chest of Ishamael when he was fighting him. And the sword melted, like it was weird because that was like an indestructible sword. Got melted, and when they found him, he was unconscious, and when they pried the sword from his hands, the herons were burned into his palms. Or am I wrong? I mean, he got his side wound too. That's the second brand. Okay. Yeah, so we got the first brand there and the second brand. Okay, yeah. And then he got the dragons on his arms. Lower arms. In the glass pillar thingy. Yeah. But yeah, like for me, it's the Turok fight. Is definitely the one, because that's the longest consecutive duel that we get, where it's not obvious how the win will happen. It wasn't like a with the power of friendship kind of thing that he like has happened a lot as well. Or in Matt's case, with the power of luck, or Perrin with the power of wolf. Or the power of the good old boys. Like with Rand, it was like a combination of the training he's gotten with Lan, the like past memories rearing its head, power of wolf, yeah. And the like training he's gotten with Lan, the power of his like past lives, like memories, and then you have like you have so many different aspects to why that fight went the way it went. That kind of gets to play into it, but you don't know which one is going to, like, you don't know, is Rand gonna win but get severely hurt here, or like what is the move, how is it happening, what's the cost of this win? Like, you don't really know because it's so well balanced in terms of the narrative. That's for me the, because when Lan fights someone, you know Lan wins. Like it's just like, okay, but how does he win? It's kind of like John Wick. Like, how does John Wick kill this person? Oh, surprise, he shot him in the head. Right? Lana, oh, surprise, he stabbed him in the face. Like I think for a lot of it, Perrin is my favorite of the three boys. Like, I think everyone else is like, Lan is the best male character. You can disagree, but like, and I will respect your right to be wrong, that's fine. But at the same time, is Lan. But of the three boys from Two Rivers, I definitely think Perrin is my favorite. I feel like he, to a large extent, stays grounded throughout the story in a way that the two others really don't. And because of the resentment that I have for Egwene, him flexing on her in the dream world when like fire is like who is it, Semirage is firing the balefire at him, and he just goes meh. Apparently it's probably the best, but it's pretty boring. Yeah, but I like it. Not the boring necessarily. I think that he gets placed as boring because of the slug. When he's trying to when he's trying to free his abusive wife. What's her name? Fail. She's horrible. Put her in prison. But I think that because of the slog, and I think to a large extent Fail, because people hate Fail, he's also placed in a like it's because where the narrative is, where you see him is boring, he also gets placed in the boring territory. But he's really fascinating because he's a grounded character who doesn't have like thousands of past lives combat experience to lean on like Matt does, or like the power of Goku the way Rand does, but he still matters as much. Makeup sex is great though. Sure. But I would argue that having that as the consistent way of like seducing versus being seduced, I think falls into like toxic abusive territory. And Fail definitely falls into there. She's manipulative. She is emotionally abusive, to some degree, physically abusive, and straight up does not respect him, his culture, his wishes, anything. I think the worst part about the parent story is the whole Templars arc he gets shoved into. Oh, yeah. I do like that. How do I put this? I do like the trial that they do when they meet them on the march or the march up to the Marilor Fields. I do like that. I do like that story. I like that specific like part of it. Because it, and I think the reason is because it resolves it, so we don't see it anymore. Honestly. But yeah, I think that him being very grounded, I think that he's very relatable to a lot of people. He's definitely relatable to me. I was always the strong guy people were afraid would hurt them, but I didn't want to. I was always the more simple person of the people around me. Generally just yeah. I just want to live a simple life kind of person. And then I've been shoved into let's not do that kind of thing. But I think that he has an incredibly deep, fascinating story that gets missed because of how boring the narrative, that overall narrative that he's in for so long is in. But him as a character, I think he's the best one out of them. His story, like where he is in the story, what he does in the story, or has to do in the story, that's boring as fuck. Dum 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 da dum. We have some iron, we have some nails, we actually have a good amount of stone too. Galad or Tame? Like Masrin Tame or Galad? I think Galad is I think he is a great character for what he's meant to be, which is the representative of the classic hero. The black and white, you're either good or you're evil kind of person. I think Master in Time is a perfect representative of what he is, which is the opposite of that. I think Galad and Time are perfect representations of the classic mustache twirling villain in Time and the classic like it's black and white, you're either right, you're wrong, good or bad, Galad. I think both of them are great for what they are. And because of the story being what it is, they stand out so well because everyone else is grayscale. Which is awesome writing to show how badly they like fit into a story like this. Like Masrim Time and Galad's deaths are perfect conclusions to, yeah, well, this is what happens when you try that, bitch. Like, you tried. That's not how the world works. But out of the two of them, I think Galad is a worse character. I think Masrim Time is a more fascinating story. And out of that, I think that Logain's story shines super bright. He's really, like, he's a really fascinating character with a really fascinating storyline. Because, like, I'm sorry, if anyone, the second you meet Time, don't immediately go, yeah, he evil. I'm sorry. How did you not catch that? Like, I saw that when I was 13, 14 years old. If you read this as a 25-year-old or something like that and you still didn't catch that, how? How? Okay, need to buy some clothes for people then. I think we send one to each, see who has clothes, and we buy some. We also need some market stalls for that. Where do we put them? Put them here. So out of the bad guys, who's the best bad guy? Who's the baddest bad? In your opinion? Lanfear? Ooh, I like that. That's a good answer. I like that. Yeah, I would say Lanfear is definitely up there for me too. I think it's a fight between, like, I'm not saying I think I have different rankings. I think what Lanfear accomplishes is really impressive. But I think that her motivations cheapen it. Because she's basically the crazy ex who can't let go. That's her story. And yeah, I think that cheapens it. From all the yeah, like she takes it way too far though, but like I think it cheapens it a little bit. I will, like, personally, out of the bad guys, or the like genuinely bad people in the story, the one that I think I put at the peak with the amount of damage they've caused, not just like physical damage. Groundall was a piece of, yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I would actually put at the top of the list, I would put Savannah. Hands down, she got the most people killed. She caused the most damage, and it will take the longest to repair. Now there you have a piece of shit. Padan Fine. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about him too for some reason. Kind of sort of Golem. Yeah, here's the thing, and I love this theory. I don't know if you've heard this theory, that Padan Fane was a replacement potential for the Dark One by the Maker and the Weave, in case Rand chose to kill the current Dark One. Padan Fane was the replacement, the new iteration. Is a theory that I've heard. I like that theory. It's really good. But Padan Fane was, he was like, there was it was a level of like faceless evil. There was no personal evil to what Padan Fane was doing. He was just driven to do what he did. It was some like compulsion level bullshit with what he was doing. It was like he couldn't help himself but just be that bad. Savannah, I think, was literally the kind of person who says, like, I don't give a shit if the world burns, my greed shall be fulfilled. And she took down millions of people. She ruined hundreds of thousands of people on a daily basis for a really long time. That's why I'm putting her at the top. Padan Fane never came close to that level of damage. But as a character, he's really freaking fascinating. Yeah, whatever Ishamal and the soul of Shadow Logoth did to Padan Fane straight up turned him into distilled evil. Remember, he also absorbed parts and took parts of the Mashadar from the ways when he got caught up in that by the black wind. We saw that with all of his fog powers thingies when he ran with the dagger. Oh yeah, I just remember we saw him, or we know he was just behind them when Mashadar caught up with them when they were getting out of the ways too. And after that, there was a different level of intent to the Black Wind as well. It was hunting them in a different way when they were using the ways. So he must have like dominated it or something. Took it over. His evil was greater than its evil. Mashador was just insane. Like insanity was the taint on side in doing shit. But yeah, Palanfane was just straight up whoa. But like I said, he caused a lot of suffering. I'm not saying anything about that. But Savannah forged Kuladin into who he became. Savannah, after his death, kept driving hundreds of thousands of exiled Aiel to commit atrocities across the world until Perrin finally like put an end to that. But it's crazy how much damage he caused. And it was just, I don't care if the world burns. My greed shall be sated. I will get what I want. Oh, another city? We're setting fire to that shit. The fifth? No. Take everything. That level of greed, in my opinion. I love how Rand took time to go to Shadar Logoth and just went F this place and dropped a nuke on it. Yeah. When he cleansed the Saidin, I think that basically what he realized was that Shadar Logoth's like evil was so powerful that he could counter the taint with it, so they kind of canceled each other out, allowing them to get rid of both. And getting rid of both ultimately made Shadow Logoth, like you say, get nuked. Yeah, it was so bad it consumed the taint. Yeah. And it died from it because it went insane. Because here's the thing. While he did bad things, ultimately, as evil as the things he did was, Ishamael himself wasn't evil. That's my take on him. He was not evil. He was depressed and had given up. Yeah, Shaman was trying to break the will by any means necessary. Yeah, so him corrupting Arthur Hawkwing and Shadar Logoth was also his thing. Or part of his plans, like the fall of the great nations during the Trolloc Wars, at the end of the Trolloc Wars. All of that, like it was all him. Oh, sorry. And I think, honestly, he did none of it out of malice. He did none of it out of, yeah, fuck the world, or like that thing. It wasn't selfish. It wasn't during of any malicious intent. It wasn't. It was literally just, this is the mechanics of the world, and I'm trying to use them so that I can finally rest. Because I'm sick of this shit. I just want it to end. Like, he was suicidal, and because of the deals that he'd made, actually dying, you had to go a really fucking long way around. But he was just depressed and just wanted to sleep forever. That's the way that I look at it. And we also see Rand's journey, that if he had fallen, he would have ended up like Ishamael. Not evil, given up, and depressed. Okay, do we have some people now? We have some people now. Let's look for... Let's start adding fields. Also, yes. Oh my god. Like, I love all the Shaynar soldiers in one way or another, except him. He can die. Again. Nope, that's not correct. That was Lord Ingmar, something like that. The guy who was leading them when they were hunting the horn. Man, did he cause trouble. Ingtar, yeah, that's the person, right? Shit, I'm bad at remembering names in normal world. It's not better in that. But yeah, like, he caused a lot of trouble, but honestly, even knowing what he did, I don't think, I never saw it as him turning out like, oh no, he's a bad guy. I never felt like he was actually a bad guy. I very much see him like a person who he accidentally got like roped into doing shit that he really didn't want to do and couldn't get out of it. Like made bad choices for bad reasons and for the rest of his life paid dearly for it, and then at the end was able to turn that around, redeem himself at least a little bit. But he didn't die honorably. That was on. Oh yeah. Shit. What's his face? Um. Jane. Jane with like wide travel. Like what's his name? What's his name? The guy, the old guy who was with Matt, stayed back. He stayed back to fight Myrdral while the main hero. That was Tom Merlin. He wasn't a dark friend. Ingtar stayed back in Falm. He sacrificed himself to keep the Seanchan away while they were. Ingtar was a dark friend who sacrificed himself honorably to keep them away so they could escape with the horn. And then you had Jane, but he didn't like the name they knew him under wasn't that name, right? So I think he ended with saying like, just remember I died as a good person kind of thing. And he stayed back and fought. And then of course you have Verin, who was the most undercover agent you could ever undercover. That was just insane. The one that ultimately got the just desserts, who was a bad guy out of incompetence rather than anything else. Incompetence and dogma. Elida. Yeah, Elida the Karen, yes. Holy crap. Like, How did Robert Jordan manage to write a Karen long before Karen was an established concept? Like, we had a lot of Karens, we've always had a lot of Karens in the world, like, of course, duh. But, like, he hit every single beat. She was the epitome of the, I want to talk to the manager. Oh my god. She got her just desserts, though. You will listen to what I have to say. Mm-hmm. Sure. Here, have a nice necklace. I very much feel like if Egwin had continued to live and she had gotten to actually rule, I feel like she would have turned into a mix between Katsuan and Elida in the end. Probably she was being condescending to most people from the very start. Yeah. Now imagine her as like 400 years old. Dear God. Now, XBK, here's the question. Not using all of the one power, but if you could pick one weave, well, at least you wouldn't be all hot and worried about a certain prince anymore. No. But if you could pick one weave, a single one, that you could use in real life, a single one, which one would you pick? The easy answer is traveling. Like a single weave, not an element of the weave, like not a flow, like a technique. Which one? Traveling, invisibility, gliding. Flaming sword sounds sick, but slightly impractical. It's a really good way to always come away a winner arguing at work. No, I think we should do this. No. We don't really have space for that race. Flaming sword. You said what? Like, if you could pick one. Are you a winner if your workplace burned down? Yes. With the workplaces that I've had, yes. Definitely a winner if they burn down. It would make me feel a lot better. Because I've asked myself this question before, and I have a hard time like coming up with an answer. Because like I said, the easy answer is like traveling or gliding. But then at the same time, if you could make Hearthstone like Quendelar, then you could literally single-handedly revolutionize the construction industry. Healing is straight up a win. Yeah. And not the healing that we see a lot of. Like, we're talking about the weave that Nene uses that just straight up like heals everyone. That didn't even take energy from them. They just healed. That weave. Like, give me that. Maybe I should turn these on too. Turn off that, turn that on. But yeah, like, imagine taking like a steel beam, any steel beam, and just go, boom, you are now indestructible. Here, build a building out of that. And it was like, yeah, like, just put up the steel frame for the whole ass thing, and I'll just turn that into Quendelar. You go right ahead and, like, build a structure around that, because that thing ain't going down. No erectile dysfunction anymore. Look, this shaft is gonna stay straight. Like, you might be gay, but the shaft is straight. And it ain't bending. Might be a bit crumbly at the tip, though. Yeah. You know, like, Quendelar, like, But I keep going back to, imagine how nice it would be to literally just take a step and be anywhere in the world. And then you open a travel agency and you will never, ever in the history of the world have to think about not having enough money anymore. Or I open a travel agency if you can open a door to the Swiss bank vault. They made a movie about that, actually. It's called Jumper. I have the books for that. I should read those. When I will somehow miraculously find the time. Yeah, walk out on my ants. Do your thing. Plant all the things. But like, here's the thing. When it comes, like, here, it's one of the things that, when it comes to like superpowers, and when they are unique, like there's only a single special person in the world like that. You can just yeet your garbage bag somewhere if you're too lazy to carry them out. Yeah. And it's like, if you have the ability to take a step and be anywhere in the world, why, oh why, would you rob a bank and get a couple of $1 million at best when you can literally say to any billionaire, pay me $1 million and you'll be anywhere you want to be in the world in a second. And you do that for 10 billionaires. And you have made more money than you would robbing the bank, and you didn't break any laws. So you don't have the, like, you don't have to look over your shoulder. Like, I don't care about money, like, whatever. If you want to rob a bank. But the, like, just not having to worry. You were talking to billionaires. Not even billionaires. Like, literally just talk to any of the, I mean, that's the thing, because you're the only one that has the ability, right? So if you're the only one with the ability, it doesn't matter how much money Elon has, you can still just go, yeah, and then just open the portal sideways inside him. Or do what Androll did. Portal from the middle of a volcano into Elon's house. Yeah, Challenger Deep. Mariana Trench, here we come. That's the fun part. If you open that portal, the water would be coming out of that portal, hitting him with the same pressure that hit the submarine. He would be deleted like dust by a pressure wash. And I'm just seeing that in my head. And it's fucking hilarious. It would literally be like a cartoon. Like, portal opens, and then just a solid beam going straight out. A solid, like, plasma beam of water, just straight water, just deleting this dude from existence. Like, there would be nothing left. Just gone. So the sound would be long. Mm. But yeah, like you said, healing is an obvious one. Because, like, if I heal myself, because that ability that Nunave used when she was panicked and thought everyone had died, that just fixed everyone perfectly, also healed her. So doing that, would that fix the telomeres on your chromosomes, preventing you from aging? Because the telomeres on your chromosomes that causes aging, like, that's damage. They're getting worn down. So with the healing just turns into a toddler. No, but the thing is that our telomeres doesn't actually start degrading until we're around 25 years old. So it would just turn you into what you were physically at, like a peak physical specimen at age 25. Or like whenever the point where your telomere starts breaking down was, for you specifically. The implications are pretty cool. Because you would be functionally immortal as long as you wanted to be. You know, aging isn't the same as growing up. Yeah. Like, you are biologically immortal up until the telomere starts breaking down. And that is around the age 25. So, if you heal with that ability, you would turn yourself into that peak 25-year-old physique over and over again for as long as you wanted to. Ah, you're done. Perfect. Let's see if we can... You were set there. So you do buckwheat, and buckwheat in the second cycle. Young people already annoy me as it is. Imagine suffering them eternally. Once again, offer up your healing services to the highest bidder, except Elon, or whoever like you find detestable, and then cash in, build like your self-sustaining castle in the middle of the mountains with a 1,000 connection or whatever. no people. I swear, it would take you a week to get that money. And then just walk away. Oh my god, a never-ending cow, endless source of steak. Yeah. Why not? You just get one of those like really nice ones, like prime. Really, really nice ones. Like, I think Wagyu is good as a delicacy. Delicacy. There we go. But it's too fatty for like a daily meal. But if you have like a prime grade beef, like it's good, but it's not primarily fat. And then we're talking. I think I even have Angus, yeah. I made a thing. Where is that? I've made a lot of good stuff. Look at this. I made that. Have you ever read The Restaurant at the End of the Universe? I have not. It's the one of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's one of the books there, right? Same guy. Yeah. Yeah. I've made this. Different angle, same thing. This one I'm proud of. This is just sashimi, but that rice took 2 days to make. Yeah. But I do steak above all else. Love that. Which one was that? Oh yeah, this is with different kinds of mushrooms. This is just mushrooms, chives, onion, and I butter, like I fried it in butter. Turned out really well. That was our Christmas meal. We ate that for Christmas one day. Or 1 year. And half of that meat is picanha, not ribeye. You have 2 ribeye, or 3 ribeye, that's also a ribeye. But those 3 are picanha. The most underestimated cut of beef like you've ever eaten. Yeah, I worked in my teenage years. I worked as a apprentice to a chef. So I did a lot of. He taught me a lot of good stuff when it came to like combining tastes and stuff like that. And not so much like here's a recipe, more like if you smell this, I smelled something. I was like, okay, taste it. I'm like, taste it. Okay, what does that combine well with? And he taught me how to just smell something or taste something and go like, okay, this taste goes well with this and everything. And then I'm gonna bring another book. Empress got me this. Oh, that disappeared. Don't disappear on me, man. Got me this one. Texture over taste. So then I also started looking at like, okay, which textures blend together well and make things taste better? Because texture is a lot of what we taste. The tactile sensation of food changes the taste. Same thing with smell. Smell stands for almost 70% of our sense of taste. If you do this, and you try to eat, you're gonna lose a lot of what the taste is. So, like, I learned a lot of that. Figured out a lot on my own and experimented a lot. So so I learned a lot about cooking. So I'm the one who cooks the food around here all the time, and I love it. And Empress loves eating it, so. You lost your sense of smell about 6-7 years ago? Was it an accident, or was it like COVID or something? Like what happened? Something neurologically, probably. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, and I have an incredibly strong sense of smell for food, for literally everything else. Like, I worked in a breeding stable for bulls. For a couple of years. It completely destroyed my sense of smell. For everything except food. I can still, like, if you start a grill like 2 kilometers over and the wind is in my direction, I can tell what's on the barbecue. I can sense the presence of strong smells, for example, cat litter or public restrooms, but not the smell itself. Ah, okay. Okay. I mean, it's weird and, like, I'm sorry for you, but also kind of cool. Either way, love cooking. I love people's faces. Like, when I serve something and they just taste it and they go like, whoa. Or Empress, when I feed her something that she really likes, and she just goes like, yes. I live for that shit. Love it. Well, well, well. I think we're going to end the stream now, by the way. I think we're coming up on... Yeah. Nearly died once because I poured the toilet cleaner fluid on the same brand's toilet freshener, only noticed something was wrong when the room was full of foggy air. That fog was chlorine. That's not so good, dude. It's okay, you can easily get rid of it. Just throw light a match and just throw it in there. Gone in an instant. No, don't have to worry about it anymore. It's gone. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Oh, it depends on what it mixes with in there. There is something. Hydrogen chlorine. Yeah. Can't smell chlorine if you don't breathe. Yeah. Hydrogen chlorine. So if you have a high enough pressure, as in like if you've closed the door and there's a lot of chlorine being made, and you've also, for example, just showered or something, and the pressure in there goes too high, too fast, it doesn't take a lot to make hydrogen chlorine. And hydrogen, highly flammable. Chlorine dissolves in water. Yeah, in water. Not in hydrogen. Not hydrogen dioxide. If you have high humidity and chlorine in the air, you get rid of a lot of the chlorine. But because of I literally Googled it, and there's a bunch of different like examples of fire and explosions in chlorine-containing systems. Chlorine bombs are made by using pressure of chlorine and hydrogen, from separated out from water vapor and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of different like things that pops up when I Google that. So, but you're alive. Either way, happy that you didn't die, man. Either way, I need to end the stream. I am falling asleep sitting up here. So, but it was very nice. Got to play Ostriv on stream. So, represent Ukraine a little bit there. Good stream, good talk. Yeah, we got to talk Wheel of Time. Love talking Wheel of Time. It's my favorite book series of all time. But I need to go to bed. So thank you so much, XPK, for being here, and thank you to everyone else who's been here. And if you're on YouTube watching the VOD, remember to like, subscribe, and all that good stuff. I'll see everyone in the next stream, in the next video. Have a good one, everyone. Bye!